All right, so Cincinnati riots of 1829 and racism and economic tensions fulminated in Cincinnati, Ohio in August of 1829, resulting in white violence against black people over a 2-week period, August 17th through the 22nd. White mobs estimated at times at 200 to 300, led by Irish immigrants, invaded the riverfront area where blacks lived with the avowed intent to drive them all out of the city. So I don't want to hear that indentured servant shit, because here he is. Irish immigrants invaded the riverfront where black people lived with the avowed intent to drive them all out of the city. Yeah, you ain't innocent. You not innocent. Yeah, you got treated bad because you were indentured servants and you went through harsh times, but then look what you turn around and doing. So the mob burned shelters and homes and assaulted a number of individuals. Black people fought back, but the attacks persuaded many in the black population to evacuate Cincinnati. A number of them immigrated to Canada to a community they named Wilberforce. Those who stayed behind attempted to rebuild their lives, but experienced further white assaults in 1836 and beyond. Causes for the violence were rooted in racial animus, exacerbated by competition for jobs. Free blacks and increasing numbers of black people who had escaped slavery in the South arrived in Cincinnati with the hopes of safety and economic opportunity. The black population rose rapidly after the Missouri Compromise in 1820. A surge of migration from 1826 to 1829 swelled the numbers of blacks, about 10% of the city's population. Many of the new arrivals were poor and illiterate and had to construct flimsy shelters along the riverfront. There, there they competed for wage labor jobs with poor whites and especially Irish immigrants. Cincinnati whites expressed alarm at the growth of the black population in the city, especially those deemed indignant. City leaders invoked the Black Act of 1807, a state law which had been installed to limit Negro people migration into Ohio. It required that new black residents to provide a $500 bond guaranteeing their solvency and economic self-sufficiency. City leaders, encouraged by a recent Ohio State Supreme Court ruling that supported the use of so-called black laws, revived this act and began enforcing it on new Negro arrivals in the spring of 1829. So I do not use this term African American because we cannot be a continent and a country at the same time. And you need to keep in mind that when we first started being brought over here, we were not called quote unquote African Americans. We were called Igbo or Igbo. We were called Negroes, and then they start calling us colored, and then they start calling us black. Then they came with African American. But guess what? Even before 70 AD, there was no sub-Saharan African. All these are new terms, new bywords that their people have came up with to further keep us away from who we truly are. And that is Hebrews. We're Israelites. Although white leaders did not expel blacks or Negroes, this measure was designed to limit future migrants. Local Negro leaders such as James Charles Brown were well aware of white efforts to control their population. There was already considerable immigration sentiment among Negroes for forming independent, self governing communities farther west or in Canada. In June of 1829, black community leaders sent two agents, Thomas Crisp and Israel Lewis, to Canada to buy land and secure permission for a settlement. They succeeded at both, establishing the Wilberforce settlement in Ontario. However, on June 30th, the Cincinnati Daily Gazette printed a notice warning that the city would rigidly enforce the Black Act of 1807 within 30 days. All black residents must enter into a bond by that time or face expulsion. The black population understood that warning as a threat of mob violence. James Charles Brown appealed for 3 additional months before enforcement was to begin and placed notices in the Gazette informing the white population of the progress of the Wilberforce immigration. Nevertheless, from the night of August 15th through August 22nd, white mobs estimated at up to 300 people rioted in the 4th Ward, where the majority of the city's 2,250 Negro Americans live. The mob destroyed businesses, burned residences, and other structures and assaulted black residents. Initially, city police did not intervene, but eventually both white rioters and black residents were arrested. In the end, more than half the Negro American population left Cincinnati. A majority ended up in surrounding towns. A number of family groups immigrated to Canada, with some settling in Wilberforce. The audacity. See, these people have had a history of going to different lands and then taking over the land like a damn cancer, spreading, and then have the nerve to turn around and talk about who they don't want in their land after they stole this land.
Missouri Compromise of 1820 admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state. It aimed to balance power, but it negatively affected black people by allowing slavery to expand westward. It also upheld slaveholders' property rights, reinforcing the idea that enslaved people were property.
The Missouri Compromise. The Meridian Line. Yeah, that's what it's called. All this stuff that was done by them, and then today they have the nerve to sit up and talk about reverse racism. Like, are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. That's okay though, because we are coming up on 250 years. There's going to be a major surprise for these people. Anyway, that was the Cincinnati riots of 1829, Cincinnati race riots of 1836. See, they have no problem with destroying stuff when, they deem that they can't use it or it's against them. They fail to realize how many times that they'll sit up and say, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but then you'll come right behind and, when we do, here you come burning stuff to the ground. You come up with these, black acts and all of this stuff where, so that's why these people are going to be judged by God so harshly. You have never paid for your crimes and your sins against black people, the real Jews. You've never paid for your crimes against humanity. And yes, I'm fully aware that, hey, there were black slave owners and all of that stuff, all that little stuff that you try to come up with and say. But hey, I'm going to hit you. I'm gonna bounce the ball right back in your court. Just like, oh, and speaking of court, just like in your court systems, how they oftentimes, how they'll go after, the party who made it possible for the event to happen. So who made it possible for those black slave owners to buy slaves? Who made it possible? Okay. Anyway, fewer than half of Cincinnati, Ohio's black population remained in the city after the 1829 white riots, and that's what I just read. Most had left. Many of the 1,100 who stayed were unusually poor, unable to finance immigration to safer places such as surrounding towns farther west or to Canada. The small black community regrouped, rebuilt the raised section of town, and restored community organization. Nonetheless, the exodus had decimated community institutions such as church leadership and members, political leaders, and teachers and business people. And when they be destroying these churches and stuff, they don't care about God. There are people, they don't care about God, not as much. And black people have, a lot of black people have gotten that way too, but the majority still do care about God, still do love God, even in their ignorance. The white violence in 1829 has spawned one unexpected effect. However, at Lane Theological Seminary, a new Presbyterian institution, press bitches, nearby, a group of white students and some faculty, shocked by the brutality, held a week-long debate on slavery and abolition. It ended in a twofold consensus. One, immediate abolition was an absolute necessity for all Christians, and two, so-called repatriation efforts to Africa were fundamentally misguided. Their published opinions spread throughout the abolitionist movement. The seminary was led by Lyman Beecher, whose daughter Harriet would later shake the world with her literary indictment of slavery, Uncle Tom's Cabin. In response to growing abolitionist sentiment, in January of 1836, some of Cincinnati's prominent white residents organized an anti-abolitionist meeting, reportedly attended by over 500 men. They called for an end to abolitionist agitation and strict enforcement of the black laws. Additionally, white day workers along the riverfront were again complaining about competition for common labor jobs with black workers. In April of 1836, James Gillespie Birney, a former slaveholder from Alabama, arrived in Cincinnati, Ohio, to open the Cincinnati Weekly, an abolitionist. The anti-slavery newspaper reached readers on both sides of the Ohio River, threatening both Kentucky slaveholders and the Cincinnati merchants who depended on trade with them. Within 2 weeks, a white mob invaded the largely black First and Fourth Wards, Led again by mainly Irish immigrants, the mob burned down a black tenement, killing an unknown number of black people. The mob attacked residences and businesses and beat people on the streets. The crowd also targeted known white abolitionists. The mobs ruled the streets until Ohio Governor Robert Lucas intervened and declared martial law. See, you Irish ain't innocent. You know, y'all like to come today. Y'all like to try to come today like this Lisa Bowden Graham bitch. All I know is my Irish ancestors were indentured servants and treated horribly. Well, bitch, what about what I'm reading about? What about your Irish ancestors that did what they did in Cincinnati, Ohio? Huh, Lisa? What about them? They could never earn their way out of servitude. I wonder why. Is it because they will go to the black sides of towns and burn businesses and churches and delete black people? Is that why they could never earn their way out of servitude? Oh, they were set free at the end of slavery. They were never in slavery, baby. Your people were never slaves. Stupid hoe. Look, it's in y'all DNA. White rioting again broke out on July 5th, set off by a white-black altercation at the traditional 4th of July celebration. Whites gathered and attacked demonstrators. Sporadic violence continued for 1 week. On July 12th, 40 white men broke into the building where Bernie's printing press was located and destroyed it. Oh, so I guess this I guess this takes away that whole false narrative that y'all have trying to push it off on us, looting and rioting. But here we see y'all were the first ones. Where you think these people learned it from? They learned it from you because you was the first ones who did it to them. Now you're tired with black fatigue. Well, we been had white fatigue. Ever since we laid eyes on you, throw up, pale faced demon devils, we've had white fatigue. Here you is breaking into somebody else's stuff, about 40 of y'all, and destroying it. Anti-abolitionists posted wanted posters all over the city offering $100 for Bernie's capture and delivery to pro-slavery hooligans who called themselves, quote unquote, Old Kentucky. They probably used to fuck their animals. Backed by a 2000 guarantee from the Ohio Anti-Slavery Society, Bernie published again. Pro-slavery whites responded, led by Cincinnati Mayor Samuel A. Davis, at an angry meeting he chaired on July 23rd. The city promised to shut down all abolitionist publications. 1 week later, on July 30th, another white mob attacked Bernie's new press and destroyed it. They also attacked an area of the city known as the Swamp, populated mainly by poor Negro Americans, burning homes and assaulting residents. The mayor reportedly praised the actions of the mob, many of whom were Kentuckians who crossed the Ohio River into Cincinnati. The riot was finally suppressed by organized local volunteers who for 3 nights patrolled the streets. No arrests were made despite the numerous deaths. National reaction was strong. Abolitionists were outraged by the brutality of the riots. The movement, in fact, gained national traction as accounts of the violence spread. Harriet Beecher's horror and revulsion as an eyewitness made its way into her future novel. Salmon Chase, later Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, was profoundly affected by the violence, and it shaped his growing abolitionism. I definitely think, this deserves to be mentioned. Uncle Tom's Cabin, Life Among the Lowly. Uncle Tom's Cabin, written and published by Harriet Beecher Stowe in 1852, was the most popular 19th century novel and, after the Bible, was the second best-selling book of that century. Over 300,000 copies were sold in the United States in its first year alone. The book's impact on the American public on the issue of slavery was so powerful that when President Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Beecher Stowe at the start of the American Civil War, he stated, "So this is the little lady who made this big war." This anti-slavery novel was controversial as soon as it appeared. Stowe used Uncle Tom's Cabin to publicize the horrors of slavery, bringing them to the attention of thousands who heretofore had not been particularly sympathetic to abolitionist cause. Its portrayals of slavery immediately increased the tensions between Southern slaveholders and non-slaveholding Northerners, and as Lincoln's comments suggested, brought the nation to civil war. Despite Stowe's desire to portray slavery as a powerful blight upon the nation, she also did much to expand anti-black sentiment through her presentation of stereotypical black characters in the novel. Some of these stereotypes included the dark-skinned mammy, pickaninny, black children, and Uncle Tom, the obedient and long-suffering servant to his white master. You know, those are like people like who y'all call that money man. That's characters like that. Although these and Anton Daniels, who he had a lot to say, but I'm gonna do after I get done with this. I'm gonna circle back around, and I am going to make a video about some of the things that I've came across. I don't really care about this whole Mika situation or whatever, but oh yes, you got a lot to say. I got something for you though, but right now we're here. Although these stereotypes exist within Uncle Tom's Cabin and existed before the book was published, most observers believed it's good in advancing the abolitionist movement, leading to the downfall of the institution of slavery. Outweigh the impact of these stereotypes. Uncle Tom's Cabin focuses on the struggles of a slave, Tom, who has been sold numerous times and has to endure physical brutality by slave drivers and his masters. One of Stowe's central themes is that Tom, despite his suffering, remains steadfast to his Christian beliefs. He also inspired fellow slaves with his Christianity, leading to the bettering of the life of his friend and fellow slave Cassie. Tom, through his preaching of the Word of God, convinces her to escape. His refusal to betray Cassie to his master leads to his own brutal deletion. Stowe humanizes slaves by making Christianity a central focus of their lives. She also establishes a commonality with devoutly Christian whites of that era. Moreover, her novel implies that Christianity condemns the immorality of slavery, further isolating those who support the institution. Uncle Tom's Cabin is roughly based on the life of a former Maryland slave, Josiah Henderson, who struggles against slavery and who, unlike the novel's main character, eventually escapes to Canada. By relating the institution of slavery through the eyes of the slave and by focusing on the heroic struggle of one woman to gain freedom for herself and her child, Harriet Beecher Stowe's message did much more than hundreds of abolitionist presentations to persuade Americans to oppose slavery. The book, read by hundreds of thousands of Americans, and the plays it inspired viewed by millions more, proved a powerful weapon in the campaign to end human bondage in the United States. Well, definitely appreciate you for that, and thank you, Cassandra Wagner, for your words. Josiah Henson. Josiah Henson, Oh, this is a picture of him. Look at that. The image of the Most High. That's Adam. Josiah Henson was born into slavery on June 15th, 1789, in Charles County, Maryland. As a young boy, he witnessed slavery's cruelties inflicted on his immediate family. Young Henson watched his father receive 50 lashes for standing up to a slave owner and then witnessed his father's ear being severed as part of the punishment. Shortly afterwards, he watched his father sold off to an Alabama slaveholder. Upon the death of his owner, Henson was separated from his mother and siblings in an estate sale. Although he was reunited with his mother, he never saw his siblings again. Henson remained on his new owner's farm in Montgomery County, Maryland, until he was an adult. As he aged, he rose to become a trusted slave and supervise other enslaved people on the farm. However, he used his new position to make his escape from slavery. Following the Underground Railroad, Henson escaped from Maryland to the province of Upper Canada, present-day Ontario, Canada, with his wife and 4 children by way of the Niagara River in 1830. Josiah Henson worked on farms near Fort Erie and Waterloo in his first years in Canada to support his family. Then, 4 years later, in 1834, he moved with friends to Colchester and set up a black settlement on rented land. He was then able to purchase 200 acres in Dawn Township near Dresden in Kent County. The Dawn settlement prospered, reaching a population of 500. It thrived on its exports of black walnut lumber to the United States and Britain. Henson eventually purchased another 200 acres next to the settlement where he and his family lived. Henson also became a Methodist preacher. He went on lecture tours and spoke as an abolitionist through Britain and Canada. He also worked as a conductor on the Underground Railroad between Tennessee and Ontario. In addition to his service on the Underground Railroad, Henson served as a military officer in the British Army in Canada. While serving, he led a black militia unit which supported the colonial government in the unsuccessful uprising by Canadian insurgents during the Rebellion of 1837. In 1849, Henson published his autobiography, The Life of Josiah Henson, formerly a slave, now an inhabitant of Canada, as narrated by himself. Good man. Henson's autobiography is widely believed to be the model for Harriet Beecher Stowe's 1852 best-selling novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Following the success of Stowe's novel, Henson expanded his own life story in an 1858 work titled The Truth, Stranger Than Fiction, Father Henson's story of his own life. 2 decades later, another version of his autobiography appeared. Josiah Henson is honored by the country of Canada with plaques that they have displayed around his cabin, the famous Uncle Tom's Cabin, located near the Dawn settlement. The settlement is now a historic site. One plaque reads, Henson's celebrity raised international awareness of Canada as a haven for refugees from slavery. Henson is also the first black person to be featured on a Canadian stamp. All right, Mr. Josiah Henson. You go, boy. Go, sir. Next up is the Pennsylvania Hall Fire, 1838. The 1830 saw an unprecedented wave of mob violence in the northern states. The Pennsylvania Hall Fire is one such case of violence spurred by racial, gender tensions. The hall had several rooms and a large auditorium that seated 300 people. A board of managers who took pains to make it clear that the hall was not exclusively for the use of abolitionists managed the hall. This was possible since the hall had several rooms and was 2 stories high. A series of meetings took place in the hall. Some dealt with the women's suffrage movement, others concerned the abolitionist movement. The presence of women speaking at the podium and whites and black Americans advocating for the abolition of slavery, as well as women's suffrage, was more than the enemies of equality and freedom could bear. On the night of May 17th, 1838, a mob congregated outside the hall. A messenger was sent to ask for police protection, but no help was sent, and the hall was set ablaze. In one of those ironies that point to the senselessness of mob violence, the Public Ledger of May 18th, 1838 notes that by a law passed by late legislator, it was provided that the injury done to any property from the violence of mob was to be compensated for out of the public funds of the district, so that this act was in effect destroying our own property. The Public Ledger of May 21st, 1838 stated that the Pennsylvania Hall fire stood as a case of the contrast between the rule of the mob and the rule of the law. The destruction of the hall exemplified an attempt of the mob to silence the voices of freedom and equality. Next up, we have the anti-abolition riots, 1834. This is 5 points. Let's see. 5 points is just where like 5 points meet in a city. And this is the people. All right, so in October 1834, riots broke out in New York City, spurred by a confluence of events. The fiery oratory of abolitionist Protestant ministers, many of whom were also nativists and anti-Catholics, the growing social assertiveness of former enslaved people and of freeborn Negroes in the city, the growth of Jacksonian democracy, which lauded working class white males, and the influx of Irish Catholics who were coming to the city at the rate of 30,000 per year by the mid 1830s. Abolitionists like Reverend Samuel Hanson Cox and painter and inventor Samuel Morse sought to free the enslaved, but they also wanted to preserve what they believed was a clear stream of American Christianity uncontaminated by Catholicism. On July 4th, 1827, which was then called Emancipation Day by the local black population, all of the city's Negro churches held prayer and Thanksgiving services. William Hamilton, trustee of African Zion Church, declared, "No more shall the accursed name of slave be attached to us. No more shall Negro and slave be." What did I just tell you? Back then, we didn't call ourselves African Americans. We called ourselves Negroes. That's why I only accept the terms black and Negroes, and that's only when I'm talking and to y'all and teaching. I'm an Israelite, and I know that. That's the correct term. A child of Eber, descendant of Abraham, of Shem. I know who I am. But no more shall Negro and slave be synonymous. Yet Reverend Peter Williams Jr., pastor of St. Philip's African Episcopal Church, wisely noted that a new dawn of civic and political participation for Negroes was still illusory. The color line prevented blacks from riding on street stages or the Broadway omnibus. White churches allowed blacks to enter but reserved an area in the gallery or kept them away from white pew holders. Even black barbers who had white customers were not allowed to shave or cut the hair of black men. In May and June of 1834, Arthur and Louis Tappan, silk merchants and prominent abolitionists, underwrote the creation of the Female Anti-Slavery Society, putting women in the front ranks of abolitionists the races in the city. At the same time, Arthur Tappan invited Samuel Cornish, a black Presbyterian minister, to attend Sunday service in Tappan's pew at Light Street Church. The invitation caused a furor among congregants. Reverend Samuel Cox, the church pastor, responded that Jesus himself would have been of Syrian hue and thus similar in complexion to Negroes. See, we've always known. Yet this defense hardly ameliorated the opponents of Tappan and Cornish. Shortly afterwards, white working class mobs began to form. Of course, the first targets of mob rage were white abolitionists in their homes and churches. Reverend Samuel Cox Light Street Church was attacked and the windows were broken. Next, a mob of 3,000 rioters attacked Cox's home on Charlton Street, smashing fencing and throwing paving stones at the residence. Later in the evening, the crowd surrounded Reverend Henry Ludlow's church on Spring Street, destroying the organ and pews and pulling down the galleries. The crowd used wood from the church to create a street barricade. Rioters then waited to confront the New York 27th National Guard Regiment. The rioters, however, proved to be no match for the regiment, which hacked its way through the barricade and dispersed the mob. Rioting reached its peak of violence in October 1834 in 5 Points, the notorious slum shared by Negro and Irish residents. Handbills circulated urging white residents to place a candle in the window so as escape reprisal by floating mobs bent on attacking blacks. But y'all so innocent though, right? You're so innocent. Homes without a candle were demolished. In the face of growing terror and property damage, New York Mayor Cornelius Lawrence called out New York's National Guard, 1st Division. Armed troops took up strategic positions across town, and in a matter of days, the rioters were dispersed and the anger subsided. You know what I'm just now realizing like a dummy? This is Manhattan. This is Manhattan without all the skyscrapers and all of this. I was here. It was a few years ago. And so I've been to New York twice in my life. And I mean, first time I really didn't do anything, but the second time, I did do a little traveling through the city and stuff, and it was good times. I'm really on the New York train. It's the Radio City Music Hall. Then over here is the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. This is where we sitting at. Good Morning America is somewhere. One of the best trips I took. I was really happy to get to see New York. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The whole vibe when I was here, we went to Harlem and I was on Malcolm X Boulevard, and I mean, seeing the brothers sell the final call and just that whole vibe, it was really nice. Really nice. The legendary Malcolm X Boulevard icon. Malcolm X Boulevard. We on Lennox and Malcolm X. I had a good time. Five Points District, New York City, New York, 1830s through the 1860s. Originally the site of New York City's first free black settlement, by 1850, the Five Points District in Lower Manhattan had instead become infamous for its dance halls, bars, gambling houses, prostitutions, and for its mixed-race clientele. To the larger white community, the 5 Points was both a warning about the dangers of racial mixing and a threat to New York's racial and social order. To white missionaries and reformers, the area was a mission field. To most middle-class black residents of the city, the 5 Points was an embarrassment. In retrospect, the 5 Points simply reflected the changing geography of poverty and race within New York City as working-class Irish immigrants moved into and whitewashed or gentrified or whitened previously all-black residential areas. Located one block off Broadway in New York's 6th Ward and named for its location at the intersection of 5 different streets, the reputation of the 5 Points as a hotbed of crime and vice was engendered by, in large part, by a sensationalistic discourse advanced by journalists and travel writers. The penny press of the 1830s, for example, scoured police reports and court cases for evidence of interracial socializing and sex within the 5 Points. Incidents involving prostitution or domestic violence between mixed-race couples receive prominent play in the newspapers. Over time, journalists began to link the increasing poverty and crime of New York City to these incidents of amalgamation between the races. Charles Dickens added to existing concerns about the link between poverty and racial mixing when he visited the 5 Points during his American tour. His observations, published in American Notes for General Circulation, 1842, placed a black face on poverty within the 5 Points and spawned a new genre of travel writing aimed at voyeuristic middle-class readers. Other writers following in Dickens' footsteps were even more vociferous in establishing the connection between interracial mixing and crime and in laying blame for this racial mixing on blacks, despite the fact that black businesses often rented space from white landlords and that black-owned brothels and dance halls catered to middle-class, native-born whites in addition to working-class whites and blacks. White reformers, in turn, took their cues from journalists and travel writers and justified their outreach programs in the 5 Points on the basis of the city's perceived moral decline. In 1848, the Ladies' Home Missionary Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church opened its 5 Points mission. Louis Pease, the first missionary hired by the Ladies' Home Society, later split from this group, opening a job training mission that continued in operation through the Civil War. Black abolitionists such as Henry Highland Garnet also worked in the 5 Points community as part of the American Missionary Association. In 1991, the area was once again the focus of journalistic inquiry with the discovery of thousands of artifacts dating from the mid-19th century during the construction of the Foley Square Courthouse, renamed Foley Square after Tammany Hall politician. The area now houses buildings such as the U.S. Courthouse and Foley Square Courthouse. Some pronounce it Chicot County, but the correct pronunciation is Shika. Shika. So it's the Shika County Race War of 1871. In late 1871, Shika County, Arkansas was taken over by several hundred Negro Americans led by State Senator and County Judge James W. Mason. The murder of an Negro lawyer, Wathal G. Wynn, by 3 white men, John W. Saunders, Jasper Dugan, and Curtis Garrett, angered the black citizens of Chicago County, causing them to take the men from the county jail and delete them. The killings prompted many white residents to flee the county. The conflict began in December 1871 when Wathal G. Wynn, who according to some sources was James W. Mason's brother-in-law, and was killed in a store in Lake Village, the Chicago County seat. When one of the first graduates of the newly created Howard University Law School had been admitted to the Arkansas bar the previous September. In early December, a public meeting was called to decide whether to use county money to help finance 2 railroads being built through the northern part of the county. After the meeting, a Lake Village store owner, John W. Saunders, and 2 other men, Jasper Dugan and Curtis Garrett, became involved in an argument with Wynn, who allegedly called Saunders a liar. In response, Saunders drew his pistol and killed Wynn. The local authorities arrested Saunders, Dugan, and Garrett and put them in county jail. Mason responded to the murder by sending a letter to Ohio Republican Congressman A.G. Riddle, in which he contended that Wynn was actually murdered by the 3 men, all allegedly members of the Ku Klux Klan, for his attempts to organize black voters for the Republican Party. And so don't hear that. And so back then at them times, the Republicans was actually good. And all these racist Republicans like Dump and Vance and all of them, they would be Democrats at this time that I'm talking about. See, it was a switch. And it's like all the races, they went and they became Republicans. They were Democrats at first, then they went to become Republicans. So when you see like he was attempting to organize black voters for the Republican Party, it was because at one point in time, black people did vote Republican, but it wasn't until those, racist white folk they wanted to become Republicans. And so that's why a lot of people, a lot of black folk vote Democrat today, even though the Democrats ain't too far off. And yes, I did vote for Harris because I knew what was coming, what is coming to this land. And so I voted for Harris, even though I have my feelings about Democrats and Republicans. Both wings are two broke ass wings on the same dirty ass bird. That's how I ultimately feel. But this time around, it was different. It was different. And I knew what was coming. Dude, I agree with all of Harris, policies and things. No, but I definitely knew I was against Project 2025 and anybody that was talking about becoming a dictator. And look at what's happening today. Now they want to impeach this bastard for a third time. That alone should tell you right there that the American public has become dumb. And by the American public, I do mean these white folk. Because they're the quote unquote majority, right? Yep, well, that's what I'm talking about. Anyway, the letter was later published in the Washington Chronicle and reprinted in the New York Times. Meanwhile, approximately 300 Negro men went to the jail, removed Saunders, Dugan, and Garrett, took them into the woods, and shot them dead. Oh, good. Good. I'm reading about it. You've done it enough. You've done it enough times to us. Good. This is the one time I done read about where we done did something like that. And it was out of retaliation to what he did to one of us. When like we just went and did this. Like y'all. As many of the county's white citizens fearing a reign of terror left the area, leaving Negroes in control of the town and county. What actually happened next is clouded by different reports from Democratic and Republican newspapers. The Democratic press reported a reign of terror by local blacks, while Republican papers said that the county was tense, but reports of violence and destruction were exaggerated. James W. Mason, who in 1872 was elected sheriff of the county, was held responsible for the race war and was indicted by Chicago County Court for instigating the violence. In the summer of 1873, Mason was arrested and charged with murder. He was held in the neighboring Drew County Jail until the next meeting of the Circuit Court. Colonel John A. Williams, an ex-Confederate officer, was appointed special judge in the case by Arkansas's Republican Governor Osro A. Hadley. After a trial of several weeks, Mason was released on a writ of habeas corpus. Mason served out his term as sheriff of Chicago County, which ended in 1874. Although Democrats regained control of Arkansas politics, Negroes continued to hold most of the offices in Chicago County until 1883. All right, Detroit. What's up, Detroit? 313. I love Detroit. I love, 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 love Detroit. Detroit, I call Detroit Gotham City because that's just what it reminds me of. Detroit is beautiful, man. I grew up, I quote unquote grew up in Detroit, but in another meaning. Okay? I used to run up to Detroit to go out, go to clubs and kick it and stuff like that. And so I used to go to the park and all the time, in the summer days, being up at Palmer Park in the west side, what they call 6 Mile or McNichols and Woodward. So yeah, I know Detroit. I know Detroit. Okay. Nicky's, Innuendo, the Woodward. I used to go up there when they used to have these tangent gallery parties, like these strong arm parties. Man, we used to kick it in Detroit. The Palladium, the Post. So yeah, we used to kick it like to like 6, 7 in the morning. Good times. So I love Detroit, and I was, happy to, well, not happy to read this, but, happy to come across this history. On March 6, 1863, a white mob attacked Detroit, Michigan's black population in the city's first race riot. The event demonstrated racism among whites in the North and tension between the races, which would lead to the deadly New York draft riots in July 1863. And I have that written down, so I ain't going to read that next. I'll come back to this. As in other northern cities, many whites resented the government's military draft and the blacks, largely from the South, who had arrived in town. The local Democratic newspaper, the Detroit Free Press, frequently ran articles accusing black people, Negroes, of causing various problems that mainly affected the city's working class whites. The newspaper promoted the idea that freedmen leaving the South would take jobs from white men, which in turn contributed to heightened racial tension in the city. Tensions in Detroit finally boiled over during the trial of William Faulkner, a mixed-race man accused of molesting 2 girls, one of whom was white. Even though Faulkner identified as a Spanish Indian and had previously voted, at the time only white men could vote. The Free Press and other newspapers label him as a black man. As far as the white public was concerned, Faulkner was black and had raped a white girl. When Faulkner was escorted after the courtroom after the first day of his trial, a large crowd of whites harassed him and threw stones. The next day, March 6, an even larger mob assembled outside the courthouse. Faulkner was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, but the agitated crowd still attacked him as he was transported back to jail. The Detroit provost guard, charged with his protection, fired blanks in attempting to disperse the crowd. When the mob remained, they fired live ammunition, killing a white bystander. Infuriated, the mob good. That's what should have happened to him. Infuriated, the mob set out to attack the city's predominantly black neighborhood. Of course, right? They moved in on a cooper shop, but were fought off by 5 men working inside, one of whom had a shotgun. Good. Instead, the mob set fire to the shop and attached home. Although all of the occupants escaped the building, they were immediately attacked by the white mob, and one man, Joshua Boyd, died of his injuries. In total, the mob burned at least 30 buildings, caused thousands of dollars in damage, and injured many Negro Americans in the streets. But see, what I don't like is today when when you hear about George Floyd and these other events, and black people is doing the same thing that they seen you motherfuckers do to them. Oh, but they don't have to loot and burn down stuff. Which is right. They shouldn't be burning down their own stuff. They should be going out to, these white parts of town and burning their stuff. You're right. But never forget who did it first. That's why instead of being able to recite, the Pittsburgh Steelers stats and Michael Jordan stats from years ago, this is what you need to be talking about. When they want to say, oh, black people is um, this percentage of the population, but commit this percentage of the crimes per capita. They love that, per capita. That's the way that they can weasel out of stuff. You never hear about when it's per capita and they kids are shooting up schools. You never hear about per capita when they're archbishops and all in the Roman Catholic Church and these altar boys and the Boy Scouts. What they doing to them children. Oh, it's never per capita about that. It's cricket, silence. It's time to release these Epstein files. Silence. Y'all need to be reminded. All this shit that you claim that you got a fatigue over, guess what? You did it first. You did it first. And I don't want to hear about no goddamn Irish immigrants. Fuck y'all. Fuck you. And your mama too. Oh, well, they died too. They good. Good. That's where I'm at with y'all. Good. You were indentured servants. Oh, you didn't make it to your freedom? Oh well. Because some of y'all did. That wasn't the same for black folk. So, fuck you. Okay? In total, the mob burned at least 30 buildings, caused thousands of dollars in damages, and injured many Negro Americans in the streets. By the time that local troops suppressed the riots, at least 200 black residents were newly homeless, with some fleeing across the river to Canada. No one was ever held criminally responsible for the deaths of Langer or Boyd. Several years after the riots, Faulkner's accusers recanted their story and he was released from prison. Although the Michigan legislature recommended compensating residents for property damage from the riots, the city council refused to do so. And anytime you bring up reparations or anything, for this, John Doyle, with your bitch ass, with your bitch blind ass, for this. It's not free money. It's for your people who did shit like this. But don't worry, y'all day is coming. Y'all day is coming. And see how afterwards black people, we constantly rebuild. There won't be any rebuilding for your people. There won't be. Because there's not going to be many of you left. Only a remnant. A very small remnant. So, we just did 64, 65. Now we're on 66A and 66B. Toledo Race Riot, 1967. And we're going to talk about when we ran them Nazis off in 2005. Well, I went out there. They ran them Nazis off in 2005, Toledo, which was a part of the long hot summer of 1967, where 159 race riots broke out. So before I go to Toledo, which is my hometown, because that was scheduled for me to talk about next, I have to talk about the event that happened, that which led to Toledo in 1967. So, as you know, Detroit is just a hop, skip, and a jumping away from Toledo. And so, the Detroit race riot, it kicked off in Detroit. And then, it was kind of like a George Floyd type situation where, stuff was, or kind of like a Rodney King situation, where, they happened in LA or California. I mean, not LA, but it happened in California. And then next thing you know, riots breaking out all over the country, just like George Floyd. So the Detroit Race Riot, 1967. The Detroit Race Riot in Detroit, Michigan, in the summer of 1967 was one of the most violent urban revolts in the 20th century. It came as an immediate response to police brutality, but underlying conditions, including segregated housing and schools and rising black unemployment, helped drive the anger of the rioters. On Sunday evening, July 23rd, the Detroit Police Vice Squad officers raided an after hours Blind Pig, an unlicensed bar on the corner of 12th Street and Claremont Avenue in the center of the city's oldest and poorest black neighborhood. A party at the bar was in progress to celebrate the return of two black servicemen from Vietnam. Although officers had expected a few patrons would be inside, they found and arrested all 82 people attending the party. As they were being transported from the scene by police, a crowd of about 200 people gathered outside, agitated by rumors that police used excessive force during the 12th Street bar raid. Shortly after 5 a.m., an empty bottle was thrown into the rear window of a police car, and then a wastebasket was thrown through a storefront window. At 5:20 a.m., additional police officers were sent to 12th Street to stop the growing violence. By mid-morning, looting and window smashing spread out along 12th Street. As the violence escalated into the afternoon, Detroit Congressman John Conyers climbed atop a car in the middle of 12th Street to address the crowd. As he was speaking, the police informed him that they could not guarantee his safety as he was pelted with bricks and bottles. Around 1 p.m., police officers began to report injuries from stones, bottles, and other objects that were thrown at them. When firemen responded to fire alarms, they too were struck with thrown objects. Mayor Jerome Kavanaugh met with city and state leaders at police headquarters and agreed that additional force was needed in order to stop the violence. By 3 p.m., 360 police officers began to assemble at the Detroit Armory as the rioting spread from 12th Street to other areas of the city. The fire started during the riot. The fires started during the riot spread rapidly in the afternoon heat and as 25-mile-per-hour winds began to blow. Even as businesses and homes went up in flames, firemen were increasingly subject to attack by the rioters. At 5:30 p.m., 12 hours into the riot, Mayor Kavanaugh requested that the National Guard be brought into Detroit to stop the violence. Meanwhile, firefighters abandoned an area roughly 100 square blocks in size around 12th Street as the fires raged out of control. The first troops arrived in the city at 7 o'clock p.m., and 45 minutes later, the mayor instituted a curfew between 9 o'clock p.m. and 5 a.m. 7 minutes into the curfew, a 16-year-old Negro boy was the first gunshot victim. So you saw what happened, right? Well, you just heard what happened, right? 7 minutes into the curfew, a 16-year-old Negro boy was the first gunshot victim. At 11 o'clock p.m., a 45-year-old white man was seen looting a store and was shot by the owner. Oh no, not y'all, not the white man looting. Out there looting too. But they just want to make it all seem about, oh, it's the black people. I've shown in videos where, white demonstrators who they like to call Antifa and all these other, they was coming, breaking windows and, they were the one that was actually destroying stuff. Black people was just marching and protesting. No, these people were the ones that was actually destroying stuff to, get the attention put on black folk. Before dawn, 4 other store looters were shot, one while struggling with the police. As the night wore on, there were reports of deaths by snipers and complaints of sniper fire. Many of these reports were from policemen who were unable to determine the origins of the gunfire. At 2 o'clock a.m. Monday morning, 800 state police officers and 8,000 National Guardsmen were ordered to the city by Michigan Governor George Romney. They were later augmented by 4,700 paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division, ordered in by President Lyndon Johnson. With their arrival, the looting and arson began to end, but there were continuous reports of sniper fire. The sniper attacks stopped only with the end of the violence on Thursday, July 27th. The mayor lifted the curfew on Tuesday, August 1st, and the National Guardsmen left the city. In the 5 days and nights of violence, 33 blacks and 10 whites were killed, 1,189 were injured, and over 7,200 people were arrested. Approximately 2,500 stores were looted, and the total property damage was estimated at about $32 million. Until the riots following the death of Dr. Martin Luther King in April of 1968, the Detroit race riots stood as one of the largest urban uprisings of the 1960s. And here's more information on it. See? And, caused by a police raid on an unlicensed bar. Dang, you would have thought they was gay people or something. That's what they used to do when the sodomy laws was intact. They would just go around raiding bars. It didn't matter. And it's like, they arrested everybody. That's how you know they had a motive. It's like, yeah, okay, arrest the people who own the bar and stuff like that, but what did the people do? So, see, the 1967 Toledo, Ohio riot began on July 23rd, 1967, heavily influenced by the concurrent uprising in nearby Detroit. Over several days, unrest in Toledo included window breaking, looting, and arson, primarily in the Dorr Street corridor and downtown, with multiple arrests and a $10,000 fire. And so I think I said that this was caused by somebody getting shot. No, that was what the first Detroit race riot was about. That um I think it was a lawyer that got shot. But this one in 1967 happened over an unlicensed bar being raided. Man, I'll never forget, man. I was in Detroit one time, right? And um we was lit. Like, we was so fucking lit. We was, excuse my language, but we was lit. Okay. And um we was just partying, we would be on like we would be on Woodward. It would be like on Woodward, they had gas stations, Church's Chicken, Coney Islands, along the way and stuff like that. And so we would be up and down Woodward. And I'll never forget, I don't know how we was at this gas station, and I was talking to this police officer guy. It was a black one and it was a white one. I mean, it was a black one, the guy, and it was a black female police officer. And they were so cool. Like, they were so cool. It's like, how black people are, but it's like, yeah, they the police, but they still black. And so we just had one, and we were just talking about the differences between, because I told him, I was like, I just come up here, whatever. I love Detroit. I don't mean y'all no disrespect. I love Detroit. I love how it's black. Like, I love that. And so, I was telling them stories about how after church we would all take trips up to Detroit to go to Church's Chicken, because it wasn't no Church's Chicken at the time when I was growing up. Like in the 90s, it wasn't no Church's Chicken. We had to, this was when BB and CC Winans was um, on the radio, you know, Addicted Love and stuff like that. So I have memories like that going up to Detroit, and we used to get Church's Chicken, and my dad used to go to Mr. Allen's and, you know, buy them high price Gators or Croc shoes. Then we just, you know, so they would rag on Toledo, and I would talk about Detroit, but I mean I love Detroit, you know. So I always had good times in Detroit. So this was brought on by what was going on in Detroit. Over several days, unrest in Toledo included window breaking, looting, and arson, primarily in the Dorr Street corridor in downtown, with multiple arrests and a $10,000 fire. The unrest was part of a broader, long, hot summer of 1967 in which multiple American cities experienced racial and violence fueled by systemic inequality, police brutality, and high temperatures. Meaning it was hot. The Toledo riot was part of a wave of urban unrest across the Midwest during that week in July of 1967. So we're going to talk about that next, the long, hot summer. All right, Toledo, Glass City, Mud City, because I'm mud made. I'm from the glass where we will beat your ass and afterwards smoke on some loud ass gas. Oh, excuse me. Well, you know, we holy too, you know, because, you know, Toledo is known as Holy Toledo. So, a little bit about my city. Let me brag on my city. Um, so, a lot of people don't know this because, you know, gospel music is not so much focused on, you know, like it should be. But a lot of gospel artists, a lot of the major gospel artists will tell you they know they know about Toledo because, like I said, Toledo's, you know, Holy Toledo, just like in Spain. It's called Holy Toledo. Well, same way over here in Ohio. Anybody who is anybody in the gospel, you have to come to Toledo. You have to. Like growing up, um, like my choir growing up, one of the best choirs like in the state. Like our choir was known, and I'm blessed to be a part of that. I mean, but the gospel music scene real big in Toledo, Ohio. You had to come to Toledo because, you know, to get to Detroit, you got to go through Toledo. Not always, but majority of the time. Especially if you're coming from the south of I-75, you taking 75, you going through Toledo to get to Detroit. And Detroit is home to the gospel greats like Maddie Moss Clark and the Clark sisters. And then you have Aretha Franklin, who started out, you know, in the church, and so many others. I just told you the Winans family, even though, you know, I don't like one of them for sure. Like, you know, the way he do things, but that we not here for that right now. Um, so you had to come to Toledo, okay? And one of my cousins, he used to run a gospel station, um, you know, and a gospel radio station. And so my family has many, like, you know, ties and inner workings with the gospel in music industry. That's what I'm saying. So Toledo is definitely something. great. We have artists like who was born in Toledo, Anita Baker, born in Toledo, Ohio. Shirley Murdoch, one of the baddest vocalists. Computer love. That's my jam. That's my jam, nephew. Computer love. She's so silly. And can't forget about gospel king himself, Rance Allen. And it's so crazy because Rance Allen Church, which is on Vance in Ewing, sits cattle cornered to my childhood home. I grew up on Ewing Street in Toledo, right before you get to Nebraska. And so my house is no longer there. The only thing that's there now, I think, is a church. It's a white church. But my house used to sit right next to it. It's no longer there. But, and then, so yeah, I would, I would hear rants. We would see rants, all the time, and his wife. And then, my church was right down the street on Vance and Elizabeth. So, it's a small neighborhood, but, everybody know everybody. And then also, speaking of Vance, I cannot forget Life Jennings. Life. Uh, I like his music. Always have, been a fan of Life and his music. I'm proud of Life. I don't care what nobody say about him. I do not care. I'm proud of him. Okay? Because Life know and I know how Toledo is. It's one of them small cities, right? It's like you love it. Like I love the fuck out of Toledo. It's my home. It's my heart, you know. But it's one of them cities where you can get wrapped up, and it's like you can get stuck. You can get stuck there, and getting stuck there ain't always a good thing. Uh, the police, I don't like the police department at all, especially after my aunt's passing. But I'm proud of Life nonetheless. Yeah, he done made some mistakes, but we all make mistakes, but for him to be from Toledo and make it as far as he did, that's an achievement. And so, he was actually his music is good. I never forget his first CD, man. I used to listen to that CD all the time. I think it was his last song. Like he had a lot of hits, but his last song on that CD, I think he was talking about all his friends that was still, locked up. Man, I love that song. Like so he got certain, songs that I genuinely like. And so I'm proud of him, being from Toledo and actually being from my neck of the woods. So, he is proof because it's a lot of people that from my neighborhood that had talent and they will walk around, they still walking around Toledo today. And, the man, oh, I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that. It's like, no, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you didn't put your best foot forward. You didn't try hard enough. When the going got tough, you gave up. I don't care what nobody say about me. I never gave up on myself. Never gave up on myself. Never gave up. I've been doing this for 10 plus years now. And no, I ain't got, the views and, sometimes it's better. I was listening to, one of the elders today, and they were doing the New Year's feast. Sometimes it's better to go unrecognizable. you know. And I'm proud to say I'm a pinky toe. That's the part of the body I am. I'm a pinky toe. Might not seem significant, but you try being without your pinky toe. You try it. And you're going to be all off balance, all wobbly. So, and a lot of people won't get where I just went with that, but one of my people who I watch, they were talking about different parts of the body and how all parts of the body is important, and that's true. Some parts of the body are quote unquote more important. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know, like the heart of your body. If you have no heart, then you can't function. If you have no lungs, you can't function. If you have no brain, you can't function. You know, if you have no eyes, yeah, you can still function, but it's going to be very difficult. You know, so it is what it is. But anyway, like I was saying, I'm proud of life, and I'm proud, Toledo is home. I love Toledo. I want a Geno's pizza right now. I want a Geno's pizza, some Nettie's chili dogs. Okay? Golden Lily. Okay? And where else? Where else? And Munchies on my spots. Okay? Bobby Howard's Yummies. The Spot. My school is, none of my schools are no longer there, but graduated from Libby High School, class of 2005. I graduated with, it was 105 people. So, I'm a cowboy and proud of it. So, like I said, I love my city. I love my city. And I'm proud to say that I come from Toledo. I always say if I ever like blew up and became worldwide and stuff like that, I'm from Toledo. I'm from the mud. I'm from the glass. That's where I'm from. Yeah, I've lived in other places, but I'm from Toledo. 419 567 Glass City. Toledo people are tough. We are strong. We are strong and we are talented. I always tell people I don't give a fuck where I have been or where I've seen. I know niggas from the south side of Toledo. You go up there to that Savage Park, to that 3-on-3 tournament, you will see that there are men out there who would have made it in the NBA. They would have made it. But sometimes, and I'll never forget a conversation I had with one of the guys, and I told them, I'm like, you take it from me. I dance professionally. Now you hearing about all these Hollywood parties and these casting couches, and you gotta give a little to get a little. I ain't talking about, money. You gotta give a little of your body to get, what you want. And a lot of the people that I know, they wouldn't do the things that's required. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's how you kept your soul. A lot of these people who you think is so shiny and they just these celebrities, and they've done the nastiest shit. They've done the nasty. I've had opportunities, but every time it was time to do something big, I told, one person, it was always some casting couch type of, and it's like, yeah, I might be whatever, but you ain't gonna force me to do nothing that I don't want to do. So it is what it is, but I will always love Toledo, but I'm somewhere else now. But Toledo will always be home. It do be funny, like when I used to go back, cause I don't go to Toledo anymore. But when I used to go back, right, it would be so funny going to that little Franklin Park Mall. I'm sorry, Westfield Mall, but that's what we know it as, Franklin Park Mall. And ooh, that just made me think of when they used to have Southwick. They used to have a Southwick Mall and a Northtown Mall. But now we only have one mall. But anyway, and it's a nice mall. It's a nice mall. Um, but where I live at, I mean, the mall we have, I mean, there's no comparison. Like I could probably fit like three or four of my of Westfield Franklin Park malls into the mall where I'm at now. So, but the Toledo Zoo, off the chain. One of the best zoos ever. And the art museum. The Toledo Art Museum, off the chain. Off the chain. Always have the best exhibits and everything else. Where I'm at now, Toledo Zoo shits on our zoo. But I think we have two zoos and one of them is free. But or they just ask you to make a donation. But Toledo Zoo all the way. Anyway, enough about Toledo. I'm gonna read this. So, the 1967 Toledo riot was one of 159 race riots that swept cities in the United States during the long hot summer of 1967. The riot occurred in Toledo, Ohio, beginning on July 23rd, 1967. Tensions were high across the Midwest that week as the 1967 Detroit riots in nearby Detroit had been escalating since Sunday, July 23rd. The first glass was broken in Toledo on Monday, the day after the unrest began in Detroit. See, it was mostly the work of roving gangs of kids, likely inspired by the images they were seeing on TV coming from the Motor City. They began their copycat crime spree by walking the streets of several neighborhoods, breaking windows, looting stores, and setting fires. A dozen fires were set the first night, many of them in the Dorr Street corridor between Detroit Avenue and City Park Avenue. Man, good old Detroit Avenue. And what is it? Family Foods. There was also looting of stores in the downtown area at Monroe and 17th Street, and windows were smashed in the Miracle Mile shopping center in West Toledo. As the night progressed, violence flared in numerous sections of the city. At Monroe and 10th Street, 9 people were arrested with gasoline, bottles, and rag wicks, the crude ingredients for firebombs. A bomb was believed to have caused a $10,000 fire at the Kellermeyer Chemical Company on Brown Avenue in central Toledo. I wonder, that can't be. I wonder where. Oh yeah, I know where that's at. I know where that's at. Yeah, I know exactly where that's at. Yeah, because I think Brown run into Detroit, and Brown stretch around like some of them factories are still there. Cause like I have family that stay off of Avondale, well that stayed off of Avondale. Um, my Uncle Felix, rest in peace. I miss my Uncle Felix, man. He was a good dude. And he stayed off of Avondale, and if you keep going down, like he stayed at the very end of Avondale, and so yeah, it runs into Brown right there. That's where I think that's where this is talking about. hmm As the reports of fires and looting continued in the early hours of the morning, more Toledo police officers were called in to help quell the situation, and events in the Toledo suburbs of Oregon. Man, Oregon is racist. Oregon has always been racist. Oregon, like black people, like, and I don't have no record. Like, I do not have a record. I've never ever been arrested in Toledo. I've only been arrested one time in my life. Like, I don't have a record. um, But Oregon, even for people like me who don't have records and they're legit license and insurance, Oregon is still like nerve wracking for you to drive through because the police are racist as hell. They always have been. Um, another one is Ottawa Hills. Mommy can be, I ain't never really heard too much, but all these little surrounding towns, they all racist. Savannah is racist as hell. Racist. Always have been. Their police department is shitty, racist. Oregon police are racist. Always messing with black people, will um pretty much get behind you, hound you. They do these little tactics like acting like they're gonna drive into you, just like causing, like you be looking in your roof like, what is y'all doing? But it's like they playing these little games with you, and that's how they are in Oregon. And Bowling Green too. They horrible. But these are suburbs of Toledo. Did I say Ottawa Hills? Yeah, they suburbs. But in some of my videos, I've talked about Oregon before because I remember one time I walked clear past Oregon. I walked from Doran Collinwood all the way out Oregon just for like I think it was for a job interview. This was right before I left, and I was really trying to find a job and work and stuff like that. Nobody would really help me out and stuff. So, but it's all good now. Oh, and can't forget Perrysburg. Perrysburg. They can have their little racist ass ways too. Help quell the situation, and even in the Toledo suburbs of Oregon, Maumee, and Savannah, extra crews were summoned just in case their normally tranquil streets would become targets for the restless youth. In another preemptive move, Toledo police and county deputies camped out on the Michigan state border to stop any potential Detroit rioters from coming across the state line. And motherfucking Ohio state troopers, I think we have the worst. Ohio has the worst state troopers. Like, I mean, no, they good. Like, meaning when I say worst, like they will fuck with you. Like, don't think you about to transport no drugs into Ohio. Them Ohio state troopers do not play. Like, if you ain't ever been through Ohio, I'm telling you. I don't know too much about the southern ones, but I know up in Northwest Ohio, baby, do not fuck around. I'm telling you. They will stick a plunger up your ass. I'm just playing. But no, they don't mess around. And Toledo Police Department is like Ferguson. Like they're like Ferguson. To me, they like one of the worst police departments. And I'll never forget this bitch. I forget this whole name, but my auntie had passed away. I found her. passed away on the floor. And they showed up, the bitch ass Toledo Police Department, and showed up and they made shit a lot worse. They was trying to treat it like it was a crime scene or something. She passed away because she had an asthma attack. You could her breathing machine was still. I mean, her. She tried to do a breathing treatment. It was still on in her room. Medications was on the tables. Like, this is not a crime scene. And so they trying to stand and, oh, nobody can go in. It's like, nobody even called for you motherfuckers. First of all, nobody called for you. And I understand you have to follow your policy and procedures, but we just found our aunt passed away on the floor, and then they had some woman police officer. I cannot remember this bitch name for nothing, but I hope that bitch kids die. And I told her, I said it right then and there, because the bitch gonna say to me, oh, you want things to get ugly? I told that bitch, I said, it can't get no more uglier than you. This ever was to go viral. She know who she is. And all them police that was out there, they know who she is too. I hope that bitch kids die. Ugly rat face ass bitch. Yeah, she was from the Scott Park campus. And it was a lot. It was so much shit that was going on in my family. I called, I forget his name, but I set up a meeting because I was going to go up there because I wanted a police report because I was thinking about suing them, because of all the grief that they had caused on top of the situation that had went down. They showed up and tried to treat it like it was a murder scene. It's like, it's like they show up and I guess they have to show that they're the dom. It's like there's no need for none of that. This is not a crime scene. We just lost our aunt. Fuck you and fuck your dominance. I can't stand women police officers like that, because the only reason why you can talk shit is because you have on a uniform, and she wasn't no black woman. No, this was some little white skinny cum guzzling ass hoe. Talking about some, you wanted to get ugly, but it's like you talking all this shit because you got on a uniform and you have what you think is backup. If this was just me and you, I would beat your fucking face in. You wouldn't even be saying this to me. That's why I can't stand women officers at times. But like I said, I can't remember that bitch name. I said if I ever got some money, I would, even if I became like a millionaire, a billionaire, I guess I would blow money trying to sue them. Just and then want nothing in return, just to let it be known. Y'all fuck with me, so now I'ma fuck with you. And I didn't ask for you to fuck with me. Nobody asked for you to show up. We called for the ambulance. That's what we called for. We didn't call for the police. And then on the other hand, you'll hear them, oh, we have so much stuff going on in the city, so at times we're overwhelmed. Well, hey, buddy, right here, right now, this situation, we're not asking for your presence. So take your cracker asses on. And there was a Mexican one out there too. I told him, you are a disgrace to your people. A disgrace. You are a disgrace. Yeah, I really don't like the police department. I don't. Not at all. Fuck all of y'all. I said what I said. I hope all you motherfuckers die in the line of duty. I said what I said. Fuck the Toledo Police Department. I'm telling you, they just like Ferguson. Someone that Toledo Police, just like Ferguson Police Department. Remember how they had to be investigated and shit like that? I guarantee you go investigate and you're going to find all kind of corruption. throughout that police department. Is every police organization bad or, corrupt? No, this is not that. But they are. And this is coming from somebody who ain't never been in trouble with, the that police department or in their court systems, or never had no problems or anything like that. But I've seen the way they do other people. I've seen the way that they instigate shit. I've seen the way how they come and they antagonize. I've seen it. And I would also see they police cars sitting down there by the bridge when they would go pick up them prostitutes. Yeah, a few of them like to get their dick sucked. I don't know how it is now because I haven't been to Toledo in years. But I saw them. Saw them. The transgender ones at that. Yeah. No, this was years ago. Like down by the water promenade park. Like this was years ago. This was before I moved. So this was, before 2015. 2016. It was before this. So I don't know. That person could be dead, or I don't know what the hell they could be doing. They could no longer even be a police for all I know. And I just saw him. It ain't like I knew him. I saw the person and them doing what they was doing. Anyway, also on alert and ready for deployment was the Ohio National Guard, and they got their chance the next day when 500 guardsmen were mobilized and put on standby at the Secord Road Armory in the event that Toledo police needed their assistance. At 9 o'clock p.m. curfew, a 9 o'clock p.m. curfew was placed on everyone under the age of 21 in the city by Mayor John Potter. Many stores and bars and taverns were also asked to close, while some community traction bus routes were shut down through some neighborhoods. After several motorists were attacked and seriously injured by rock and bottle throwing teams, police opted to block off some streets in area of known trouble spots. Tuesday and Wednesday brought more reports of looting and dozens of scattered disturbances around the city, including the arrest of more than a dozen people caught with firebomb materials and weapons. When the city finally calmed down after 5 tense and turbulent days, police had made more than 180 arrests, and fire crews had responded to almost 80 arson fires. The 2005 Toledo riot on October 15, 2005 occurred when the organization planned a march to protest African American gang activity. See, my thing is to this fake ass faggot movement, because that's what they are, this NSM, why don't you go protest about how your people have always rioted and burned and looted? Why don't you go look at yourselves in the mirror and go say all the things that you want to say to these people about black gang violence? Say it to yourselves, because you were doing it first. Ooh, I sound just like y'all, huh? When y'all, well, they were doing slavery too. The appearance of the group sparked a 4-hour riot by elements within the assembled protester and caused a citywide curfew to be implemented for the remainder of the weekend. That's how bad the city jumped off. Several weeks before the rally, members of the whatever they called went door to door through a North Toledo neighborhood and discussed with residents the possibility of addressing gang activity. It was claimed that a local resident invited the group, but the named individual refuted this, saying that the group misrepresented themselves and that he did not invite them. They plan to march through the north end of Toledo, Ohio. Yeah, because they knew not to bring that shit to the South Side. They knew not to do that. The group stated that the purpose of the march was to protest gang activity in that area. So yeah, they parts of the North Side is bad, like what Out Stickney. You know, when I was there, when I was growing up, we always heard of Out Stickney and parts of the North Side. Was bad. Like over there, like right after you cross from downtown they got the Cherry Woods, and they got those apartments that sit right there. Like, yeah, some parts was bad. But they also had, a lot of white folk over there too. So that's really why they was over there trying to organize them white folk. Then talking about some protesting gang violence. When are y'all gonna start protesting, y'all own people about how y'all like to essay and touch on children? When y'all gonna start talking about that and protesting that? Why don't you go to some of these churches and tell them to stop molesting their little altar boys? And since you like to organize so much, make sure you go to the Boy Scouts. Make sure you go there. Hit them up too. We'll worry about our own neighborhoods. Thank you. Approximately 15 supporters, including Bill White ugly ass, degenerate ass, gathered under police guard in preparation to march. They began an impromptu rally at the staging point for the march, shouting insults and other racial slurs at black members of the community. See? They want to start shit. But the motherfuckers got their asses handed to them that day. Responses had been organized during the week leading up to the rally. Neighborhood residents, the Toledo chapter of the International Socialist Organization, local anarchist organization, and the anti-racist action groups from other cities coordinated in planning a massive protest aimed at forcing the NSM rally. Oh yeah, NSM, non-straight men. So it was a non-straight men rally to be canceled. Oh, okay. The protesters directed aggression against the police, who responded by arresting dozens. This set off a 4-hour conflict between over 500 protesters and the Toledo police force. Police canceled the non-straight men's rally march as the situation between police and the crowd escalated. Members of the non-straight men and their supporters were told to leave town with a police escort. That's motherfucking right. That's what Columbus should have done when those people with the red and black came down there and was marching around. Yeah, that's what they should have did. While the neo-Nazi group had already left the park, most of the community members and protesters were unaware of this and began rioting. 11 police personnel suffered injury, and one paramedic suffered a concussion after a brick smashed through a side window of her vehicle, hitting her in the head. Police, media vehicles, and emergency vehicles were all targeted. A number of stores in the community were targeted by the crowd, including a local bar believed by many locals to be a regular hangout for police and politicians, which was broken into and set on fire. Exactly. A local gas station was also looted. Exactly. Probably one of them racist ass Arabs or one of them racist ass Middle Easterns. That's probably the gas station that got robbed. I can just imagine which one it was too. I'm hoping it's the one that I'm hoping it was. I can't remember that far back then. But I know shit got towed up. Police arrested several dozen rioters, most of whom were residents of the North End. According to the mayor, a number of protesters were wearing gang colors. Although disturbed by the non-straight men's intentions to march, the city's mayor, Jack Ford, was extremely critical of the riot, saying that it was just what they wanted. Ford declared that a state of emergency existed and imposed an 8 p.m. curfew on the entire city. Police officers from several jurisdictions, local SWAT team members, and private security firms patrolled the North End that evening. Now, see, these motherfuckers ended up coming back, right? And see, this is why I say, everybody talk about, I earlier I thought it was the Meridian line. No, it's the Mason-Dixon line. Everybody talk about that, but Ohio has been just as racist. As I'm reading all the shit that's happened in Cincinnati, Ohio has been just as racist. Columbus is cool, right? Columbus, but see, okay, this is the reason why I never would go down to Columbus, like to party or anything like that. It wasn't about the drive. It was because Columbus is cool once you get to Columbus. But on the way to Columbus, bitch, them state troopers, bitch, they like Batman. They said they come from out of nowhere, ready to fuck with you. To get down from Toledo to Columbus, you got to drive through a lot of small little cities and towns and hick towns and shit like that, right? And so they just will fuck with you all the time. And so we would never go down to Columbus because, the further you go into Ohio, the more racist it gets. It's like the ocean. The further you go, the deeper it goes. Well, the further you go into Ohio, the more racist it is. As you can see, they came back and had 700 law officers with them, personnel with them. But I want to say to those pussy ass neo-Nazis, those non-straight men, y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of little bitches. Okay? See, you'll never be able to organize and march and protest like black folk. We had to do it when we had no protection. You motherfuckers, when y'all come, y'all need protection. Which shows y'all ain't nothing but bitches. And a lot of them 700, they was happy. Yeah, they had that uniform on. They was happy to protect them because they feel the same way as they do. But see, that's why I'm doing this project, to show you white cracker motherfuckers. It starts with you. You were the originators. You were the quote unquote progenitors of rioting in this city. In this country. On this land. You were the progenitors of that. It starts with you. I said on a previous video, you treated black folk like we were animals. Well, these animals, who dogs are they're like children. They learn. These people that you deem to be animals, they watched you. They learned from you. And it's so funny how you want to inflict all this rioting, all this violence, and all this, white fragility and white insecureness on. You want to project that onto these people and then turn around and act so shocked when these people are violent. You've been violent to these people since they've been on the land here. What do you think? For them to walk around like they're angels? No. What do you do? You've been violent to these people since you put them in horrid conditions, yokes around their necks, chains. You've raped their women, you've raped their men. You've raped their children, you've cut their babies out of their stomachs. You've split them by using horses, quartering. You would tie them to the back ends of your car and drag them. You don't think that, you don't think that they picked something up from you? You don't think they picked up just a tad bit of your behavior that you exhibited to them? You don't think they picked that up just a little bit? Just a little bit. And it's clear in the records, you did this to these people. You did this. And not just you regular white folks, you bastard ass Irish indentured servants, too. Because you were not slaves. You were indentured servants. It's a damn difference. I've already read it. You want to talk about, oh, well, y'all, well, they died. Good. Good. And take your Irish ass on with them. Take your white Irish ass on with them. Motherfucking bitch. Take your ass on, cracker. Right with them. The non-straight men were granted permission to rally at the government center in downtown on Toledo, December 10th, 2005. The Ohio State Highway Patrol, known racist, especially, it's one, okay, down in Bowling Green. Man, what is that? What is that road? Is it 181? It's the like if you going I think, is it 181? Like you going up towards Fallen Timbers and Perrysburg and stuff. Well, at that light, it's a light that you come to. You can make a right and you will drive right past an Ohio State Trooper. That motherfucking station full of racist Ohio State Troopers. Full of them. I don't know how it is today. Hey, it could have changed. This was my experience. I never forget. I was coming home one night because I used to stay with my peoples in Bowling Green when they were there, and so one night I was driving home. I was coming from skating, and I got pulled over by one. It was like the second time I had been pulled over. And so I went up there and I asked, like, why am I being pulled over? The guy at the time threatened me, talking about something. Yeah, well, if I have to do this investigation, I'm just gonna arrest you for coming up here making false claims. I'm like, huh? I'm not making a claim. I'm asking you for how many times have I been pulled over by your officers. I know you can tell. He didn't want to answer because these people know that they are racist. So fuck that Ohio State Patrol Center. I hope it burned down. I hope everybody that work in that bitch, I hope they die. And your kids too, crackers. I can't stand these people. They want to walk around and act like they so perfect and like we have to prove something to them when you are a motherfucking cave beast. That's what you are, a cave beast with bad genetically mutated skin that can't even last in the sun because you lost your melanin because your ancestor went up to mate with them fucking Horites who were mixed with Nephilim blood. That's why you motherfuckers burn in the sun. Then the coward ass bastard who I was talking to tried to shift all the blame on the Bowling Green Police Department, acting like I was dumb. I said, you know what? This is what I said. I said, I'm just gonna leave this right here. I was like, y'all are racist here, and you're a coward because you are trying to shift this all on the Bowling Green Police Department when you know that they don't even come all the way down here. They don't come all the way down here. I told you where I was stopped. Right after I made the left-hand turn. They don't come all the way down here. Right near your station. They don't come all the way down here. I know who I was pulled over by. And each time, y'all didn't find shit. Each time you searched my car, didn't find shit. Y'all harassing me. But you know what? Afterwards, though, they didn't pull me over no more. Because I told him, I said, you've pulled me over twice. I have it documented. Because I'm going to keep on documenting these interactions. And eventually I'll be able to sue you and get money. Told him just like that. And he told me to exit his station. I said, I'll gladly get out of this piece of shit. But the motherfucker that I was dealing with, they looked like they would back some shit like this. You know, dark-haired guy, clean shaven, no hair on his face, looked like a serial child molester. But anyway, they stated the purpose of this rally was to protest how the city dealt with the previous planned march. Yeah, y'all got your asses handed to y'all. And what makes me like laugh at these people, like, you think you're tough, like you've already was ran out the city with a police escort the first time. Why come back? Why come back? You already shown your white Aryan shit. It's a farce. It's a farce. You was ran out the city. Of course, now you coming back with 700 people. All that's showing is that you have the government backing you. You have your Esau white government backing you. This is what that shows. When America goes to shit, when America is judged, because America is going to be judged, it's going to be on the behalf of you white folk who are Esau in your government and the shit that you do like this. You want to sit up here and talk about you want to protest gang violence. You were the first gang. You white motherfuckers was the first gangs. And you went looting and burning and all of them and robbing and pillaging. And this is what you've done. But now you want to turn around. We want to march because we don't like the gang violence. Well, these motherfuckers learn from you. This is your karma. What you thought you was gonna just enact your manifest destiny and it was just gonna come without no type of karma? No. The black fatigue that you feeling now, these people watched you do this to them. And so now they're doing it to you. That's how it works. That's how karma works. And since y'all got away with a lot of this shit, that's why it's not going to be any type of repentance for a lot of you, the majority of you. I'm telling you, when I say it's only going to be a remnant of white people that make it. It's going to be a slim few. Very slim. Very slim. I'm going to tell you why. Mark my words, when Christ cracked the sky, and these white motherfuckers, like these non-straight men, when they see that Christ is black, when they see it and they're not able to deny it. On the video I showed you, Diane Sawyer did an experiment where, you know, she had the black and white guy, and the white guy went in to rent an apartment. They gave him the master key. Master key. Black man went in. Oh, we rented the apartment this morning. That's what they told him after the white man went in. The same apartment that the white man viewed, they told this black man that they rented it to him that morning. So Diane Sawyer walks in right then and there, busted him. It's going to be like that when they view Christ. They go on the spot. A lot of them, massive heart attacks. Because they're going to know in their soul, in their bones, oh my God. Remember that nigga we hung? He was an Israelite. Oh my God. It's true. It's true. Remember that church we bombed? Oh my God. Yeah. You know where you're going. And guess what? Your kids is going right with you. Bye. Your kids going right with you. And a lot of you white women, how you like to toggle back and forth. 1 minute you with us, the next minute you against us. That's why it's been revealed y'all was the #1 slave owners, white women. And it's true because a lot of your men would croak and they'll leave, you everything in the will, including those black slaves. So white women were the #1 slave owners. But you hoes gonna be dealt with too. You hoes gonna be dealt with too. You white bitches, y'all gonna be dealt with too. Y'all are the nastiest women on the face of the fucking earth. Y'all are nothing but cum guzzling ass, Becky ass, Karen ass, monkey looking ass, monkey lip having Neanderthal sunburnt ass bitches. That's what you are. With your bad built body, bleach blonde. Fuck you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Don't try to backtrack now. Nah, bitch. This is what you supported, ho. Don't backtrack now. With your broad ass manly shoulders. Fuck you, you man-faced cave monkey looking ass bitch. Fuck you. You white bitches is the nastiest women on the face of the fucking earth. I don't give a fuck how mad you get. You are. You nothing but cum buckets. Y'all want to have all this smoke for black women, but it's you motherfucking bitches that that take part in adultery with your own husband. Do you know what a pog is? Do you know what a cuckold is? Yeah, I'm getting into territories where your pastor ain't gonna get. You fucking white hoes is all up and down Twitter. Having your white husband watch you get fucked by a black man. And to that black man, I know you you having a time of your life. Well, guess what? You're gonna be in hell right with them. Cause you are taking part in adultery. But then you'll have all this smoke for gay people. But you're taking part in adultery, mind you. If that couple is married, oh, this is a big thing. This is a big thing. This is a big thing in the white community. See, they love to do shit like this, right? But a lot of these men, they'll be on their knees ready to suck a big black dick too. I'm sorry, they call it big black cock. They'll be on their knees ready to suck and get pissed on. That's what they like. That's how you know that y'all are the devil's people. Y'all are degenerates. You like pain. You like to be fisted. You like to be humiliated. Bondage, nipple clamps. You like all that nasty demonic shit. A lot of these white bitches, they sit up and they know their husbands can't please them, right? They know their husbands can't please them. So what they'll do is they'll hire a black man. Like, okay, remember that whole Diddy situation? They was talking about that dude, the Punisher. Well, guys like that, big black men who swinging between their legs, these escorts, these prostitutes, because that's what they are. They don't like to think of themselves as that, but you're a prostitute. You abuse yourself with mankind. You're going to hell as well. That's where you're going. Hey, you might not have slept with no men. You might not have slept with no men, transgenders. But you people, y'all need to recognize the shit that you are out here doing that can land you in hell. If you out here escorting and prostituting, you think it's cool because you a man and you doing it, you just going to sleep with another one, you are going to hell. The money, which is the love of money, is the root of all evil. Not money itself, but the love of money. That's why you're doing it. And the love of pleasure. Because and I don't care how you view it, a lot of y'all do this because you feel powerful. It makes you feel like you're getting something back, but it's temporary. It's temporary. It's like doing a drug, because afterwards you still that same black nigga. When you put your clothes on, you walk your black ass out into the street, there's a chance you might get gunned down or stop and frisk. The problem ain't over. The curses are still following you. But for that one little, or for them little 15 or to half an hour, however long you're going for, you feel like King Kong. Which is, I don't understand these niggas and them wanting to compare themselves to a gorilla. Especially one that died protecting a white woman. But hey, you go ahead, weirdo. But a lot of these freaky ass freakazoid white people, y'all nasty. You will sit up and allow your woman, and then what I don't like about it is, see, they'll get fucked by these black men, right? But in the daytime out in the street, she'll be the same bitch. Yeah, arrest that nigger. And that's what these dumbass heterosexual black men, they don't understand that part. They don't understand that. They don't get it. And it's over on the gay side too. It's this boy who got this Harlem hookups, or I'm sure everybody know him, the one that be sleeping with the white and allow the white man to call him niggers and slap him and do. I hope you get lynched for real. That's my response to it. I hope you get lynched for real. I hope you get lynched for real. And I hope it's slow, and I hope it's painful. To the point where you die slowly. No, I'm dead ass serious on that. You people that get into that race play stuff, I hope it happens to you for real. And when it do, what you mad for? What are you mad for? How I don't get it. That shows that you have a mental illness. It's just like that Shannon Sharp situation. I was all for Shannon, because I knew he wasn't, I knew he wasn't gay, but damn, I ain't think he was out here moving like that, fucking, and now you done gave this white bitch generational wealth, but wouldn't even look out for your own daughter. Shit like that. That's what I be talking about with these black men. You be out here, you want to date these Beckys, and you know what I'm saying? Earlier I talked about Dora, Miss Dora, how she was taken advantage of by Paula Dean. But it's the same for you black men that's like that. On the black men side, you can't get enough of these little skinny ass olive oil Becky looking bitches. Can't get enough of them. And they lead you down the wrong path every motherfucking time. It's getting to the point now where they one right after another taking your money. Got you out here looking like a damn dummy. Everything you work for, men like Sharp, everything you work for, everything that you've accomplished, everything all gone down the drain. Now you sitting here looking like a dummy. And he still got his show and shit. That's good. But it's crazy, man. And I noticed it's more with these niggas that's from the South. I've seen it. I've seen it even in my own family. I've seen it. It's just something about black people like that's from the South or that come. It's like they subservient to these white people, even to the point where they will get with them. Like it's just something that I can't get, even with my own mama. I don't care about I am what I am, so I care less. But it's like, why this white bitch who don't like black people, you know, or that's how she come off, or always have, and I ain't the only one that that has felt that way. But that's neither here nor there. So yeah, when you hear me talking, and you get to find out, because I put my life online, so people gonna talk. Nah, I ain't never really liked that aspect of it, but it is what it is. Shit, that's her life. Whatever. Today I don't speak to neither one of my parents, so have no relationship with my brothers or sisters, or I barely talk to any like aunts or uncles. I have one that I keep in touch with every now and then maybe 2 or 3 cousins, maybe one specifically, but other than that, I got away from family. That toxic shit. I'm over it. I'm good. But I don't understand. I don't understand that part of it. Like, it's like black people from the South, they like subservient to these folks. That's how it is. I see it in some of my uncles. I see it. But like I said, they are the nastiest people on the face of the earth. They are. Their husbands can't please them, so they allow, the black man to come in. And it's like, you think you getting power from this, but you being used. You being used. All that's saying to you, you good enough for nighttime play. That's what that means. You good enough for nighttime play. It is one thing if, y'all treat this like a DL situation where y'all walk past each other, you don't know him, he don't know you. That's one thing. But a lot of times it's not like that. See, in the daytime, you'll walk past this bitch and say, "Nigger, get this nigger." That's the attitude. I'm not saying that those words are said, but that's the attitude. We definitely have to get better about that shit. So yeah, these motherfuckers came back and they had 700 law enforcement personnel. And approximately 45 of them hoe ass people participated in the 1 hour rally separated from 170 observers and counter protesters by approximately 700 law enforcement personnel. The assembled police forces, which included local, state, and federal officers, had at their disposal additional support as mounted patrols, armored personnel, carriers, and rooftop snipers. Damn, all of that for some racist ass Nazis who want to come talk about some gang violence. But look at all the shit that I'm reading about their people and what their people have done throughout history. Fuck you and your manifest destiny. Aggressive policing of the counter-protesters, which included the reported use of tasers, resulted in a total of 29 arrests. 3 of those arrested were photojournalists covering the event. People entering the rally zone, including members of the media, were subject to searches, and police engaged in videotaping all persons near the rally site for what was termed as intelligence gathering for future investigation. When this country falls, when this country falls, it's going to be because the intelligence gathering for future investigations, you should have been looking at the people that look like you, not the people that were taking. But you know what? You know what? I guarantee you they wouldn't have been allowed in the Jewish community. They wouldn't have been. Oh, they would have stopped that. They would have stopped that. But because it's the real Jews, see, they all want to band together to show. But see, they're all cowards. They're all cowards because they're going to, oh, it's a silent, that we're showing our allegiance to them. Like, no, we can't be out here and saying, fuck you niggers, but we're going to stand and protect them. While they go around as hypocrites. Hypocrites. You want to talk about gang violence, but how much violence did the Nazis enact? How many of these race riots that I'm reading right now have people that look like you took part in? But you want to go around protesting black people's gang violence? Get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere and burn in the sun. The majority of arrests occurred in the police control observation area. However, several people were arrested near public libraries for violating a court order banning unauthorized protests. Local attorneys and civil rights activists protested the unusually strict police tactics, summed up by one attorney. What you have in Toledo is martial law for a day. None of the neo-Nazis who participated in the rally were arrested, of course, but they were escorted from the rally site in buses protected by the police. I hope all 700 of you people that was out there that was protecting them, I hope you die, and I hope your kids die too. Fuck you. That's why I don't like the Toledo police. That's why I don't like Ohio police, Ohio State Patrol. I don't like none of them. I don't care if you black. Yeah, I'm talking to you too. I cannot stand Ohio police, the troopers, the FBI, all of them. All of them can go die. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck them, cuz they don't care about us. And stuff like this shows it. But see, you're a coward cuz you're not going to come out and say it. You're just going to stand there silent and smile. But I cannot wait until the Most High comes back, because Christ is going to wipe those smiles right off of your faces. Amongst other things. In retaliation, a local tattoo parlor that had allegedly been used as a base of operations for the non-straight men rally was vandalized later that night. The front window was smashed out with a rock marked with the anarchist circle A symbol. The owner of the parlor blamed the attack on an anarchist group called the A Project. They should have set that shit on fire.
The problem
So
what
the North
any
did
of
this. The North did their thing.
any of the young people in the neighborhood are.
The North side did their thing because it's very important that I let it be known that at this point in time, the city was really, really, really divided. Like, um, pretty much like, see, the South side didn't fuck with the North side, and the West side kind of stood on their own, and nobody really went to the East side because the East side was where all the pretty much the poor white people stayed and shit like that. So nobody really fucked with the East side. But really, it was the South side and the North side in Toledo, and the West side is, the West side is the West side, but it really was North and South. But so at this time, the South side wouldn't. Today, if these people come today, the city is together, so the whole city will rally. But at this point in time, this is the North side.
Gang activity in North Toledo, or you're talking about with Green? I would assume there's probably some activity going on, whether they're gang or they're gang wannabes. I see some graffiti around every once in a while.
Toledo was on edge today as the neo-Nazi party was back.
I'm sorry, I had to change it for that fucking Fox News shit. I heard the motherfuckers in the background talking. One talking about, I'm on the grounds right now. You should have got your ass beat, cracker.
For another rally. The demonstration was peaceful for the most part, but some say this time police went too far to maintain order. Action News reporter Glenn Zimmerman has more from Toledo.
There was anger.
They're attacking me and I'm getting arrested.
There were arrests. And there was some violence, but nothing compared to the last time the Nazis came to Toledo. Back in October, the streets looked like a war zone as angry protesters turned on police, believing the officers were protecting the Nazis.
I ain't angry. I'm happy. As long as y'all don't come to our neighborhood where our kids walk down the street and play, I'm happy. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. You know what I mean? As long as y'all don't come to the home front, y'all come to the home front again, it's going to be another riot.
This time, the Nazis gathered in downtown Toledo.
Nazis, go! Your time has come!
Protesters were separated by a massive police presence, a street, and a barricade. And if you...
Yeah, y'all seen the last time how they throwing them bricks and shit. That's why they came back so tough. Because they got their asses whooped the first time. And so then they moved it to downtown. Which was, hey, that's downtown. Downtown is downtown, But I'm going to tell you where they didn't come. They didn't come to the South side. That's where they didn't come.
Across the barricade, you were arrested. That included the media. Other arrests happened for less clear reasons.
Standing right here, next thing you know, they just start swinging the taser. That's it. Just start coming in the taser. Yeah, they touched me, but it didn't affect me.
One thing that I know for certain is that some of those arrests were the result of activity that had occurred earlier. And it was there were problems identifying the individuals, and the individual would disappear into the crowd.
In total, almost 30 people arrested for misdemeanor crimes like disorderly conduct and inciting a riot. The police said they are proud of how they handled this demonstration. The Nazis are also proud and apparently believe that they got their message out. On the phone, I spoke with one of the organizers for this demonstration today, and he told me there were actually more than 10 members of the Michigan Nazi Party here. Overall, are they going to come back? He said at this point, they have no further plans. From Toledo, Glenn Zimmerman, Channel 7 Action News.
Well, how did you get your message out? Because you desperately wanted to go to the North side so bad. And they ran your asses from the North side. So how did you get your message across? Like the man said, as long as you don't come to their home front, shit, you can go to downtown. I mean, Even in the South Side, nobody really. I mean, we love downtown, of course, but downtown is downtown.
That's pretty bad. I've been over there for 18 years, and we've never had no problems.
Despite violence that took place, Nancy Woolley feels her grandson is safe, both in and out of school.
I personally don't think that we have anything to worry about.
Other parents...
They don't. Yes, the North Side is rowdy, just like the South Side is rowdy, but it's crime everywhere, y'all. Like, gang violence is everywhere. It's crime everywhere. It ain't no more gang and crime than in the next fucking city. These people just wanted to come to Toledo to agitate people, and they got the response that they was looking for. You goddamn right. When you go picking with people, that's what could happen. So you hear these people, you hear them telling you it's bad. It's bad everywhere. Shit, it's bad everywhere. But do they feel safe? Like, yes, you hearing them. They feel, and like I just told you previously, there's all kind of white people and Mexicans and Hispanics that live over on the north side of Toledo at that point in time. They just want to pick.
Disagree.
Are you concerned about your kids going to school tomorrow? Not at all.
I don't believe there's any more problems out of that.
It's over with?
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow, TPS and city police expect schools to operate like they always do.
It should be a normal school day.
But there's one school that police are keeping a close eye on.
Woodward High School is a very diverse school. There are a lot of problems in there. There are a lot of gang members in there. I've got one officer there. I suspect we're going to increase that for the time being.
In the meantime, those who live and know the neighborhood well are calling this an isolated incident.
We really don't have a problem over here. So it's not a big concern with me.
And that's how the residents feel that live in that same neighborhood. And then you get all these motherfuckers from other parts of Ohio and shit like that, that want to come and just want to agitate people. These people, that came there, they don't live even on that side of town. And I know, people get mad at me and my commentary. Hey, oh well, fuck you. Like I said, I do not care. But I wanted to show you this. This is the side that you don't often get to see.
Factor sparking the riot. Bertatsky fired to Jim and Lou's yesterday. Today, the bar owner took stock of the damage.
We could have been dead. If we didn't get out of there, we'd have been dead.
Lou Ratasky says he was inside when the angry mob began to swarm the building and set it on fire. He lost everything in the fire, even though race played a factor sparking the riot. Ratasky says race had nothing to do with the mob destroying his building.
Prior to this, we never had any problems. No problem, no racial problems, no nothing. It's just...
I was worried about you.
Oh, okay.
I was worried about you. Glad to see that you're okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
See? And this man, he probably is a nice old man, and he probably is like I said, these people, they handle their business on the north side. They live amongst each other. There's no beef. There's nothing. But these motherfucking Aryan people want to come with their, racist ideologies, and they want to start shit. They want to agitate. That's what happens.
I have friends all over,
Ratasky is staying with family for a while. Several attorneys have volunteered to represent the family. Free.
Well, that bar's not the only business rioters destroyed yesterday. A gas station owner watched his shop get torn apart on live television. And another businessman hopes the destruction leads to some solutions to a brewing problem. 13 ABC's Ephraim Graham continues our team coverage tonight.
He
People clean, police patrol, and political candidates and politicians size up the damage on this North Toledo street where riots erupted Saturday.
Hate breeds hate, and that's what happened.
This is Councilman Michael Ashford's district.
You just want to tell people that this is a great neighborhood and it will be great again. You know, things happen.
And this is what happens to a gas station at the corner of Central and Stickney. Rioters rip apart a fence, take to the rooftop, and rush in, while a pregnant store clerk runs for cover.
His sister's pregnant, 8 months pregnant. I guess she took shelter next door.
Herbie Howard owns the now boarded up gas station just across the street from where he went to high school. He's not surprised it was hit and is in a legal battle to evict the operator from his shop.
It's been brewing. The operator that was operating the station, I think, lacked the communication skills for the neighborhood.
A day later.
No. So remember earlier I was telling y'all that, so that is the gas station that I was thinking about. Howard's he's not telling the truth. The person that he had working there at the time was racist as fuck. And it is a lot of black kids that go to Woodward, and he would harass the motherfucking kids and say all kind of stuff. And you saw what happened. Them kids not gonna fuck up that store because they go there before school. That's where they get a lot of their money. These stores. I used to go to Libby High School. It was a 7-Eleven. It's still a 7-Eleven right across the street. You think if we could compare that, there was a store that was right across the street from the 7, no longer there. It shut down not too long after Libby got closed down. Proving my point right there. And I knew the owner of that store. He was real cool with my aunt Queen. His name was Chris. And the store used to be right next to the laundromat. Right there off of what is that? What is that street name? Hawley and Western. And so there used to be a corner store, and then across used to be the 7-Eleven across the street. They used to sit, side by side, but it was just across the street. And then across from the 7-Eleven, was my high school. But those stores would make all kind of money off of the kids that would be going to the store to buy candy and stuff like that. And because we had a school store, but in the morning time everybody would be trying to go there. So school store didn't have deals. So, but these kids wouldn't mess that up. That person that was working there, as you could see him slyly say, he was racist. So he got what he deserved. Sorry about your business, Howard, but that's the guy that he had put in there. And that guy was racist. And so they fucked his business up.
And to walk along this stretch of Bronson, all is quiet and things appear to be back to normal. But people who live and work in this area say they hope things never return to where they used to be.
He was a good reporter.
Keith Roberts watched rioters torch the bar mere yards from his own business. He hates to see a neighbor lose his life's work, but says the loss is a sign of a bigger problem, burning in the neighborhood.
Now it can be dialogue. They cannot let what happened here just die down.
For Roberts and residents, cleaning up after the riot is easy. Talking and healing are the real work. In North Toledo, Ephraim Graham, 13 ABC, Action News.
Some residents in that area hope relations between police and the community improve as well. Others want more recreational opportunities for young people in that neighborhood.
This afternoon, the mayor held a news conference. City leaders addressed what went wrong last night and what they will do in the future to avoid another riot. Mayor Jack Ford best describes the scene in North Toledo today as a typical Sunday morning after a not-so-typical Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I hit a couple of bricks. I still got mine, and I'm going to whoop some more when I come. I might go to jail. Don't matter, though.
The charges ranged from aggravated riot to burglary, felonious assault.
You know what? I can't even.
carrying concealed weapons, disorderly conduct.
That's the north side nigga.
Obstructing official business, and resisting arrest.
Chief Navarre says over 100 people were arrested yesterday, 80 adults and 34 juveniles. Today, city leaders discussed what they could have done differently.
This was a unique situation.
And he wasn't no good chief, by the way. You could look at him and tell he a Peckerwood, a racist. You could look at him and tell he wasn't no good chief at all. He was a horrible chief. Shouldn't even be called a chief. Looked like a goddamn pedophile. That's what he looked like.
The venue may have had a lot to do with what.
And some of y'all, well, what does a pedophile look like?
What they could have done differently.
This was a unique situation.
Don't fuck with him.
The venue may have had a lot to do with what occurred afterwards. If this rally had occurred on a neutral site or in a downtown courthouse facility, I don't believe
that's
that
all they want to do is just go and do their little, you know. But I say shit. You know, y'all want to go and do that shit, and you want to claim white power, but then you're getting escorted out by the police. So what power do you really have? What power do you really have? I can't wait until the day that I see that, you know, Mexicans and black people can finally fucking come together and show y'all. Black people can do this by ourselves, for real, because we have been doing it. But I already know there's going to be others that's going to want a taste of what's to come, because people tired of this. You've had nothing but white power, and people tired of this shit. Y'all don't do shit but fuck shit up. You're not fit to be leaders. Look at the shitty pamper dude that's in the White House right now. Old diaper wearing ass fool.
Had the problems that we did have.
But was the city caught off guard? Many people in the community felt there was not enough police patrols in the neighborhood. But Chief Navarre defends his department.
Anyone that would accuse us of being underprepared, I would take exception to that, and I'm sure he would also, because we prepared as well for this event as we have.
Look, they brought the water hoses out. This is clear racism. Racism. And fuck you, Chief Mike Navarre, or whoever I don't know if this was a while ago. Hopefully he did. Motherfucker. Your bitch ass. Even if you feel like you ain't underprepared, your police force ain't shit. Ain't worth the motherfucking toilet paper that somebody should wipe their ass with to get the shit like y'all off their asshole. Fuck y'all.
Any event that we've staged here in the city. We really didn't get surprised. A lot of what happened, we anticipated.
Yeah, you anticipated because your ass is with them, with those forces. You with those non-straight men. That's what you showed. You showed that your allegiance is with those non-straight men. That's who your allegiance is with. That's where you weren't taken off guard. But that first time that they came, yes, canceled the rally. You canceled the rally. That's what you did. So no, you wasn't caught off guard, but you was getting your ass whooped so much you turned around to your boyfriend, to your boyfriends. Hey, we gotta cut this off. These people are whooping our asses. That's what happened. with your bitch ass.
Hit a little bit harder in duration than we expected.
But the city didn't anticipate the cost of this riot. Overtime for police officers alone will cost the city over $100,000. And today, Mayor Ford has made an appeal to citizens and community leaders, asking them to give their support in finding a way to help the community heal. And tonight, the citywide curfew is still in effect, starting at 8 p.m. Police are asking people to avoid loitering in the streets because you could get arrested.
Right now, the cost is estimated at $100,000. 150 police officers were out on the streets yesterday during the riot.
A little small ass city. Don't laugh at the don't laugh. Don't you sit up there and laugh, cause it ain't millions. My city's small. Fuck y'all. Don't laugh at my city now. But you see how they will try to. Oh, this is gonna cost the city $100,000, right? Okay. Well, your decision to allow them to protest, to allow these neo-Nazis to come to attempt to do a march, you need to chalk it up to your decision making. Maybe you shouldn't make decisions like that, and then that $100,000 wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have to have your police on overtime had you not allowed them motherfuckers to go to the north side. You should have took them to the downtown if they got a march, because I know there's freedom of speech. I am not about censoring people. So hey, let them go and do their little white power. But when you talking about you want to take them into specific neighborhoods, nah, that's not happening. You let them motherfuckers protest downtown. And that's what should have happened. So, yeah, it cost $100,000. But had you had made a better decision, you can't blame that on the people. Had you made a better decision, then and not allowed them to go to the north side, and had you would have said, hey, we're going to have you guys downtown, things wouldn't have been like that. You wouldn't have seen all that damage, and you wouldn't have had to pay all that money out to your lazy ass police officers anyway, because they ain't like they wasn't doing shit no way but going around agitating people in the first place.
The police chief says that number grew to 200 officers. Police also tell us 114 folks were arrested, including 80 adults and 34 juveniles, arrested on charges ranging from aggravated rioting to felonious assault, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. We're also told 12 police officers were injured, one seriously. Last night, 100 state troopers were out patrolling the area during the curfew. And then today, the fire chief said nobody expected violence like this.
It is rare in the history that you have people who are attacking the people who are supposed to be helping them, and especially in the fire service, they attacked some paramedic units who had no other reason to be there except to be able to help people, and they injured some of our crew members, and that was really disappointing. It was disappointing that any of the safety forces persons got hurt in attempting to try to help here.
Now, I do like Mike Bell. Mike Bell is all right, but Mike, cut the shit. Cut the shit. Cut the shit, man. They wouldn't have been, your people wouldn't have been injured had these people would have been allowed to go downtown. Go downtown. Don't go to the north side. Damn sure don't go to the south side. Damn sure don't do that. Please don't do that. Or go to the east side. Go to the east side and talk to your poor ass people. Go to the east side. I don't know. because there's a lot of Mexicans on the east side too. And, you know, they might not take too kindly to you either.
This mayoral candidate Cardi Finkbeiner releasing a statement regarding yesterday's riots.
Cardi! Now, Cardi, that was my guy. Love Cardi Finkbeiner.
Toledo needs to concentrate on healing right now, and he says he is offering his assistance to Mayor Jack Ford and other community leaders.
So what's next for the community in North Toledo? The head of the LaGrange Development Corporation says now is the opportunity to change the community. He says the children in North Toledo are underserved. It needs more outreach programs and a community center. He thinks what happened yesterday in North Toledo could have happened in any community.
I think it's important for everybody to know that this is not just a North Toledo problem, that a lot of the kids that were there were not necessarily just from that neighborhood, that if the neo-Nazis had come to just about any neighborhood in the city, the same thing might have happened.
Well, that's true. That's why, and I just said that, like, even if they would have came to the east side, then, you know, they would have, I don't know, though. I mean, the west side is bad off the hook now, but during this time, the west side was like kind of one of the more nicer side of towns. So they would probably just came out on their porches and just looked at them like they were stupid, you know, because, you know, that's how them west siders are. They kind of funny acting. No shade.
LaGrange Development Corporation has been raising funds for a community center over the past 2 years. So far, they've raised $300,000 of a $1 million goal.
Well, somehow the leaders of our community are going to have to figure out a way to heal this community.
No challenge is too big for our God. Nothing is too great.
Today, the leaders of the First Church of God started looking toward finding ways to keep riots from taking over our city.
Now we need to stop and reflect and think about how we fell into the Nazi trap and how we now are looking bad. We become the bad people when in reality it started off as them being the bad people.
The minister says young people need an alternative to violence and gangs. Of course, stay tuned to 13 ABC Action.
I wanted to play this because even when I was coming up, there was all kinds of anti-gang violence campaigns. We had this peer group called SET. It was all kinds of, when I was coming up, all kinds of like anti-gang violence and anti-gun, and they would have these drives where you could turn in your guns and stuff like that. So, you know, they trying to make it seem like, you know, oh, them and their gang violence. No, y'all just wanted to go somewhere and shout your cracker, you know, power, sunburnt skin power, degenerate power. That's what y'all wanted to do. So don't try to make it seem like, oh, it's black people and their gang violence. No, motherfuckers, it's y'all.
2 miles!
The message was loud and clear on Detroit Avenue. When this group rallied, then marched 2 miles to protest gang violence. The march was organized by former gang members, including Chris McBrayer. It's been nearly a decade since he left the ex-Block Crips, a Toledo street gang.
It's ignorant. It's nonsense. We need to stop. Grow up, learn to be men, and understand that the community is here to help you.
The rally started at Central in Detroit, ex-Block territory, according to McBrayer.
The group marched 2 miles down Detroit Avenue, and organizers tell me they picked that route because they knew they'd be marching through several gang territories.
The march ended with a party at Indiana and Detroit. That's where I found Chris Berry from West Toledo. He says he ran into some gang members on the way there, and when they mouthed off to him, he tuned them out.
All right, maybe next year, when we walk past that next session, they won't be out there. They'll be marching with us. So.
City Council members Larry West Toledo. He says he ran into some gang members on the way there, and when they mouthed off to him, he tuned them out.
All right, maybe next year, when we walk past.
No, this guy. He is a good dude. He. If this is the. I think if this is the Chris Berry that I'm thinking about, we called him Turk, and he was a drum major for Scott High School, and he was a good dude. He's a good dude, a role model. I
That
don't know
next
what he's
session,
doing now.
they won't be out there. They'll be marching with us. So.
City Council members Larry Sykes and Paula Hicks Hudson spoke at the rally, but Mayor D. Michael Collins wasn't there. McBrayer plans on marching into his office next month to make sure the mayor hears the message as well. Tim McNicholas, NBC 24.
Story neo-Nazis say they plan to march again through the same North Toledo neighborhood that triggered riots just 2 years ago. Residents and city leaders think a march could bring even more violence to the neighborhood. NBC.
See, this is what they want. That's what they want. And see, it's going to have to come down to the cities for them to say, okay, you didn't get enough the first time, huh? You didn't get enough. So you want to come back. Hey, that's your freedom. That's your right to protest, to organize, and hey, you'll get your permit. But you will not get any police protection. You will not get any police escorts. You will not get any type of anything from the police. This is the stance that these cities, if they want to do shit the right way, if they want to prove that they are not racist, if you want to prove that you are not there to protect these racists, these Nazis, then let them go in these cities by themselves. And let's see what happened to them. Sometimes, because I told you, white folks, they the type of people, they want to call us animals, but they're actually more like animals. They only understand when you knock them out or you do something to them. They understand that then. One good ass whooping. That whole little non-straight man crew, let them go to the north side. And get that ass beat. One good time. I guarantee you, they're not going to want to go back. The only reason why parties like this last is because when they go to these cities, they have the protection of the police. And they're so mindless that it's like they can't see that. I saw a meme or a GIF or one of them little videos one time of a dog running up, right? And the person was standing in front of the fence. The dog was a small dog. It didn't do nothing while it was next to the person, but then it like jumped through the fence and turned around to start barking at the person. That's kind of like what these guys are. They're only doing this because they have the police protection. And so you just want people who live in these neighborhoods on the daily. They walk up and down these streets. Now you just want them to, just ignore it. No, fuck that. And fuck anybody that think like that. No, you are not coming through my neighborhood. Take your ass downtown. Y'all talk about hate and all of this. And you got hate crimes and stuff like this. These people are spreading quote unquote hate. That's what they're preaching. That's what they're spreading. And so you're protecting people who are literally trying to agitate people. I don't see how this is even legal. I don't see how it's legal because these people are going there to agitate people. Why are you coming here again to agitate? Do any of you even live around here? Get the fuck out. That should be your response. You don't want to pay another $100,000 and pay millions of dollars in property damage? Well, then don't let these people go to these people's neighborhoods. Or if you do, If you do and they must go to this neighborhood, don't send no police presence with them. For what? If I was a police and I was assigned, I'm quitting. No. Why do I have to protect these people that are literally walking themselves into danger? You want to be attacked because that's what they like. They like pain. They want to be beaten. That's what I'm telling you. These type of people, they weird. That's what they like. They like to be beat on. They like pain. That's why they get on to them nipple clamps and that bondage shit. Because they like pain. A lot of them, they like to be fisted and all of this other nasty shit. Because they like pain. They're demonic.
Matt.
Kylie, as many as 20 uniformed white supremacists are looking to rally on North Toledo on August 17th. City leaders say if it happens, violence and rioting are what these racists are looking for. Local residents tell us violence and rioting is just what there might be.
Yeah.
This was 2 years ago. A small group of neo-Nazis touched off violent protests in North Toledo. Herbie Howard's gas station got trashed and looted during the rioting. He says if these racists come back, they will find a very different North Toledo.
I feel quite confident with the neighbors, with the gangbangers, with the youth, with the residents, that they would handle it totally different.
City Councilman Michael Ashford, who represents the area, says if there's more violence like last time, the Nazis win.
This group only goes to cities where crowds show up. And so we just want to have an early victory by encouraging people not to show up.
But
Michael, if that's what you think, you already lost. You already lost. And see, that's the type of weak-ass mindset. That's the type of weak-ass psychological mindset of a person that's been beaten, of a people that's been beaten so bad that they have to talk to them. Well, I just don't see it. I don't see it, you know? And then eventually they're going to keep coming back to your neighborhood. And then what you going to do when they attack one of you? Then what? See, this is how the black man has been relegated down to they can't even protect their own neighborhood. But I guarantee you, if 20 uniformed black men wanted to go fucking protest in Oregon, they would shut that shit down so motherfucking quick. That's the difference. See, I can talk about this because I know this place. I grew up here. If 20 uniformed black men from the Black Panther Party wanted to go protest in Sylvania Township, I guarantee you they gonna shut that shit down quick. Because they only allow it to agitate black people. And then you got these people like Michael Ashford who think the way they do. This is a subservient mindset to white supremacy. I'm gonna just act like they're Freddy Krueger and they're not there. We just don't see them. And that's how we expect you to act. The same people that walk up and down Stickney every day. The same people who walk up and down this north side every day, you expect them to turn a blind eye to a foreign entity coming into their neighborhood to talk down to them. They're not passing out flyers with Barney on them, telling them to love each other. No, that's not what they doing. And like I said, if I was a white man, I couldn't feel comfortable being a part of no group like that. I couldn't. Not because, because every race, listen to me. Every race wants power. I don't give a fuck I don't care what they tell you. Every race wants power, okay? But I couldn't be a part of that group because I have to have police escorts to go into these neighborhoods so I can say white power. Do I really have any power? No, me having power will be me going into these neighborhoods without any police escort and saying white power. Guess what? You'll never get it back to how it was in the slave days. You'll never get that back. That's what they looking for. That is like a cocaine high to them. You know how they say when you do cocaine, I've never done cocaine, so I don't know. But when they say you do cocaine, that first high is something like about that first high, like you either, that's why you keep doing it because you like chasing that first high. Okay, well, to those guys, that first high was seeing us in chains and being able to invoke like black laws and black codes and stuff like that. That they get off on shit like that. They get off on it. I told y'all about the white women with their nasty asses and how they love the black men to be, you know, how they allow the black man to come in and screw them because their husband's dick's not big enough. And so the husband just be sitting there jacking off, getting off to it. It's called voyeurism. They nasty like that. And you are very rarely going to see a black man that is going to allow his wife to get screwed by a white man. Now, I'm not saying it ain't some freaky couples out there. It's some freaky couples out there, but I guarantee you, if a man is allowing another man to come in and screw it, he's black. I guarantee you it's on some shit like that. He ain't going for no white man coming in to screw his girl or his wife. Not like how these white people, they will allow the black man to come in and screw the white woman and the white man to be sitting, you know, like that. And I was saying, like, that's how P. Diddy got off into that shit because, see, he's no longer with our people in the sense of, you know, he got money now. So he has access to all kind of shit that normal average black men don't have access to. And hanging around them white motherfuckers like Clive Davis and all of them, that's where he picked up that voyeurism shit. Wanting to be like them. That's why he had Cassie doing that shit. See, they'll come over to us and play that macho, oh yeah, you know, I'm the king, you know, shit. But they all bitches for the white man. And they want to be like white men. That's how they are. Even some of your precious basketball players. That's how they are. They want to be white men. That's why I have to watch out for some of them too, because it's like some of these guys, they'll sit up here and they'll complain about white supremacy, right? They don't have a problem with the system. They have a problem that they're not able to benefit from this system. If they could take the white men out of the way and insert themselves, they would keep the system the way it is. And that's wrong. So because, you know, these government entities want to protect these people, therefore you are on their side. Because it's one thing, it's one thing if these motherfuckers gather and they march downtown, whatever, you know, whoop-de-doo. But you talking about bringing them into people's neighborhoods. But I know what I know. If the shoe was on the other foot, and this was black people trying to organize in Oregon, Ohio, or Savannah Township, or Ottawa Hills, or Genoa, that white shit, them motherfuckers would be, they would turn that down so quick. But when it's them wanting to be racist and gather and stuff, you see they get all kind of permits. They get 700 personnel. That's the motherfucking difference right there. That's systemic racism right there in your face. And then they have their black people who have been beat down, so they have this subservient, passive aggressive mindset. You know, this Martin Luther King mindset. Oh, nonviolence. Keep on with that Michael Ashford mindset. Y'all gonna end up right back getting the dogs let on you, the hoses and everything else. That's that mindset. I try to avoid that mindset. Yeah, it's good in some instances. Yes, you need to be able to negotiate and you need to have a non-violence. It takes a balance of both. But when you talking about letting these motherfuckers come into somebody's neighborhood, nah. Whatever happens, happens. And I'm not wasting city resources on this anymore. You want to take your ass there? That's fine. And on the back end, they wouldn't be able to never prove this, but on the back end, because you know I'm black, I'd be calling one of my black family members, or one of my black friends from that side of town. Hey, I need you to spread the word. Y'all need to strap up. Strap up. That's how you stop that. That's how you stop that. But see, y'all don't want to stop it. See, that's what gets me like upset. They want to play these games, right? Like, oh no, we're not for white supremacy. Oh, but we'll go protect it though. You know? It's like, who do you think you're fooling? You're not fooling us. You're only fooling yourself and making yourself look crazy. So either stop being bitches, and I'm talking to the government, stop being bitches. These police departments, stop being bitches and stand on your beliefs. If you're racist, stand on it. You protecting these people because you agree with it, what they think. Stand on it. A lot of y'all are cowards. A lot of y'all are cowards. I don't care how bad you think you are. You're a coward. You are a coward. You cannot say this shit. You won't come out. You won't say this shit, but your actions speak for you, and you think nobody is paying attention to that. But because you're not saying it, oh, that means that. It's just like this whole thing with the war. I've said previously. Americans, do they need to come out and tell you that we are in World War III? Do they need to? Is that something that you need to hear for you to finally fucking know and for you to wake up and realize where we at? We're in war. We've been in war. I guess you need an announcement or something. I don't know. Even that should tell you. Your elevator ain't going all the way up to the top. You see what's happening. They dropping bombs. Everything else. What's changed? Didn't they drop bombs in World War One? Didn't they drop bombs in World War Two? Okay, so now they dropping bombs now. So what does that mean? War, right? And this is the second time. This is the second time Dump done bombed them people. This is the second time that he has bombed these people unprovoked. So please, when these people respond, don't be sitting up here acting like you just, how did this happen? Please don't do that. Don't act like you ain't see this shitty booty ass diaper man bombing these people for this other illegal, fake ass entity. Don't act like you don't see this. America is in for a big surprise. It's in for a big surprise because, see, it's the pride of these people, and I'm talking about white people. It's the pride of their heart. It's the pride of their ego. You've been successful at stealing for so long. It's like a shoplifter. You've been getting away with shoplifting for so long that you just become bold with it. You just walk right in. You just the security right there. You just putting shit in your bag. You know, after a while, that's how bold people become. Oh well, it seemed like the store don't. Oh okay, well let me just put this shit in my bag. It's kind of like a situation like that. And what they don't realize is that you were granted permission to be used as a spiritual belt against black folk. But when the Most High pull that rug from under you, all your little tactics, all your little, it's like rolling a bumper ball. It's like playing bumper bowling. You know how when it's the kids, they'll put those little rubber things in the lanes, in the gutters, so the balls won't go in the gutters. Well, that's kind of like how God has been doing with y'all. Y'all balls, every ball that you have thrown or every ball that you have rolled has been a gutter ball. It's not even good enough. The only reason why it's been working is because the Most High has been the force behind it to provoke his people into jealousy. When he decides to stop and pull that rug from under you, you're going to see the first time you try to roll a ball, it's going to go straight into the gutter. I'm telling you, when you will see it when they get these big crowds of people and the people start whooping their ass and they start running. That's how you know your government is over with. That George Floyd shit, I started to see it with shit like that. Cause I saw how they was whooping these police ass and throwing all kind of bottles at them and shit. Had them running. Had them running. When it's like that, that's how you know. It's almost over for you, for your kingdom, for your rule. And who wants to I never wanted to see America fall. But damn, after y'all white folks, y'all just don't want to get it. Y'all don't want to get it. You want to be able to be so fucking evil and then play like you're these angels, like you're just like you're innocent, like you don't do anything. No, it's all these black people's fault over here. Yes, I know I just raped all these children, but it's these black people. They're stealing chips. That shit is no longer working. It's over with for that. It's over with. It's over with. That's why y'all race is dwindling down. Fast. It's over with for you.
Sense appeal may be in vain. These North Toledo streets are quiet now, but people living here say if the neo-Nazis come back, the violence will come back too.
It's gonna be way more violence, because it's the second time. Don't come to this place, man. It's not even worth it.
If the governor and the mayor let them come, obviously they on the same thing they is. So the people, the underground people, got to rise, you feel me, and go ahead and just knock them out the box. That's how I feel.
They say the mayor has the power to stop this before violence happens.
That's mud made. That's mud made. See, they want to think black people are just dumb and illiterate, and we're not. We're not as dumb and illiterate as you think we are. Anybody can see that. Oh, okay, this is the second time these people coming out here and y'all protecting them again. Oh, okay, you're on their side. That's what that means. And see, the government, they don't want us to be able to see that. No, we're not on their side. You know, we're just here. You know, we're just here. We're just here. They think that when they come see, and they think because they don't use curse words and profanity, and they talk in a nice, soothing voice, they think that people is buying that shit. We not buying that Joel Osteen shit no more, crackers. We ain't buying that shit no more. That smooth voice and the kind words and the gaslighting. We're not buying it no more. It's over with. Bitch, come at us how you gonna come at us, or shut the fuck up and don't come at all. You want to rally with these and protect these people, you're on their side. That's what that means. But that was all those years ago, and we fast forward to today. Now we're finding out that there's specific people, and by specific people, I'm talking about the ill-ish people. They get all kind of protections. They get all kind of, they have whole communities where they having child after child after child. I have on videos where I'm showing you how these people are pretty much bankrupting.
Where it was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail. And we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically, through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Rim of
Fake ass Jews. They're not even the people that walked out of Egypt with Moses. These very curls by their ears, that's them trying to imitate black men and black women being able to grow dreadlocks. They're trying to do numbers 6. That's what that's supposed to imitate. But they know goat hair don't lock. And when it does lock, it looks matted. They know this.
School board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach. I ask you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar.
How are they getting away with this corruption? But y'all so worried about them light bulb head ass Somalians. You're so worried about them, but what about these vampires? And then we're going to get to the end and you're going to find out that these people were not even the people. And America knew about it. America put them up to it. America and Britain, under that false-ass Balfour Declaration, America and Britain put these motherfuckers up to it. And they came here like vampires, sucking the life out of everything. People that look like your founding fathers, that look like you. While you were so worried about men that look like this, these people with the fucking curls by their ears was the ones screwing you over the whole time and throwing you under the bus. The day that y'all realized, you white motherfuckers realized that shit, that's going to be the funniest fucking day ever. The funniest day ever. You were so concerned about people that look like this. This man that's in front of you right now. You were so concerned about that. But yet you didn't even see the serpent people and how they were biting you and injecting their venom into you at the same fucking time while you so busy watching us. Damn, ain't that crazy?
You know what's crazy?
In every demographic you go to, everywhere you go in this world, the most powerful voting bloc are the poorest. Except Black America. We're the poorest demographic in America, but for some reason, we have no power when it comes to voting.
What's that reason? See, and the problem that I have with my own people is, see, we can sit up here and we can recognize this, everything, but for some reason, brother, let me tell you, it's Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68. That's why. Our people don't want to hear it. They don't, because and it's due to some of these people, some of these brothers on the corner, but so what? They still put the work out, Them brothers that be having them women kiss their boots and shit, they is wrong. They out of order for that. But I cannot deny them being on the highways and byways and actually doing the work. So, but we don't want to connect the dots. We don't want to connect the dots at all. We will sit up here and be able to recognize this shit and be able to see it. Oh, no, but it can't be that. No, it ain't that Bible. Can't be that. Can't be that. Nah, it ain't that. I'm going to go try Buddha. Oh, Buddha ain't telling me nothing. Got me over here saying, Nam yo ho renge kyo. Hey, do, Ricky day, do. Still I ain't getting nothing. Oh, let me go try Krishna. Oh, nope. He don't want my ass either. Okay, let me go try the Hindu god, Shiva. Oh, nope, that bitch don't want me either. She got too many arms already, so. She ain't got no, she don't got no arm for me though, so. Okay, let me go try white Jesus. Oh, damn. Gotta sit up here and listen to a bitch named Paula Not So Pure White sit up here and tell her people, oh, I ain't laying hands on you until y'all give money. Too much scamming going on in this white Jesus shit. Let me go on. Okay, I got it. Mohammed. I know Mohammed gonna have something for me. Yeah. Mohammed wants you to strap a bomb to yourself and go and get everybody blowed. That's what Muhammad wants. Then he promising you 70 virgins. Oh, but you don't want to do that, huh? Because you got them Jordans on the way, right? Because you got them Jordans on the way. So you definitely don't want to do the bomb thing and get everybody blowed. Because then you ain't gonna be here to wear your Jordans. Right? Oh, so I'm gonna just become a hotep. I'm gonna become a, Pan-African. Waiting for this school. It's supposed to have been built eons ago. Still ain't built. Oh, okay. Nah, but it can't be that Israelite stuff. It can't be that Bible. No, you don't want it to be the Bible because you're really evil as fuck. And you want to continue in your evil ass ways. And you're nothing but hypocrites because you sit up here and talk about how the Bible is a white man's book, but yet you'll keep the white man's gun. You still got faith in that though. So, yeah, man, we'll sit up here, we'll notice all this shit that's going on, but yet somehow we will not relate it to the Bible in Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68. Now, all these white motherfuckers is coming out. You got Tucker Carlson coming out, telling everybody questioning the ethnicity of these Jews over here. Who asking for a DNA test? So now it's time to turn back to these dumbass people that rejected their own identity because they got mad Keisha got mad at her dude because she done met this Hebrew Israelite man and she didn't do her own studying to show herself approved. And now he got her all in polygamy and shit like that. And, now she mad at him. So now she's just going to denounce being a Hebrew. Like she can denounce her bloodline. Get the fuck out of here. Or, this guy, he done got into it with his camp people and now he want to denounce being a Hebrew and, instead of going out on his own, taking his cross and going out on his own, because a lot of these guys, they can't be by themselves. They can't be by themselves. They got to have a group or some kind of pick me party or yes men party. They got to have that. Then they'll look at people like me, but it's like I'm by myself. It's just me and the Most High in Christ and the Holy Spirit. That's it. I'm the one that's physically doing this work and have been for 10 plus years. And no, nobody's perfect. But guess what? I'm consistent. No, I don't know everything. Nope. I never portrayed like I do. But I will tell you this, I know more than majority of these preachers and these bishops and these apostles in these churches. I know more than majority of them. I do. Because it's not hard. All you have to do is read the Bible for yourself. And as you start reading it, and if you're sincere about it, the Most High will come and show you. And if you're still not getting it, because, you're a little slow, that's okay. He going to send you a guide. He will. He will send you a guide. I've witnessed it. I've witnessed this. That's why I don't care. That's why I talk how I talk. No, I'm going to say whatever I got to say. And I'm going to say it how I'm going to say it. And I don't care if you get mad. Oh, well, I ain't asked you for shit. I don't need your money. I ain't asked you for no money. Because I know you got to go to church tomorrow to stand in that $1,000 plus $1,000 line. So you can, and that's the crazy part about it. Some of y'all ain't going to see it until you standing in judgment. Now, you had all this stuff to say about Brother Savage over here. You had all this to say about him. This man don't know you, ain't asked you for a dime, ain't asked you for nothing. Put all the work out for free. Gave it to you. But yet, you have so much to say about him, but yet you'll go over here and you will sit under a man that's a pedophile, that is immoral. He's an adulterer, a scam artist, teaches false doctrines, doesn't tell the truth, a danger to himself, his family, and other kids. No, you'll go sit under that, right? And then you bring your stupid, nappy-headed ass up here and think that I'm about to let you into heaven. Really? Yeah, you see Christ right here. He already told you. He never knew you. Bye. Ethel. The fuck on. Say it. Cecil. Get on. Y'all thought I was bullshitting. What has caused Saturday's riot in Toledo, Ohio? And why did a neo-Nazi group come all the way from Roanoke, Virginia? That's where these motherfuckers came from. But they got so much to say, about all these other, they got so much to say about Black Lives Matters, right? They got so much to say about this alleged Antifa shit, which is them too. It's them. They play both sides. They do shit like this, and then they do the Antifa shit. They play both sides. These motherfuckers came all the way from Virginia. As if it is like you in the South. Ain't no black people down in Virginia. They must have already got their asses whooped down there. But see, when you doing dirt, no, you don't do dirt at home. You go to other places and do dirt. Well, bitch, that dirt turned into mud. Welcome to the mud city. You've been mud made. I told y'all, these people, they just want to start shit. They want to start shit, but then want to turn around and play like, oh no, these guys are we're victim. They're beating us. You brought your lily white ass all the way up here from Virginia to start shit.
We have the police station here. So if I was getting to an accident with one of the Hasidic members of this community, the police would come for me, and then their own police would come for them for that accident. So what was going on in this town is the accidents, the tickets, and all that, and then these guys would go to court, all right, and the tickets get dropped. And then here's a perfect example. I had a friend.
See, this is what y'all don't want to realize to the guy in the bark and that's wearing a hat that says Patriot. This is what you don't realize. What you're going through, is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Yes. I want to start off by saying that. Is it wrong? Yes, of course. But what you got to realize is this is your karma. This is what your people have did to black people throughout history in this country. And now you're getting it back. What do they say? The chickens are coming home to roost. And then it's going to be a even more kick in the stomach when you find out that these people are not even Jews. They're not. I don't care if you want to call them Hasidic. I don't care if you want to call them Orthodox, unorthodox, atheistics. None of them are Jews. None of them come from the tribe of Judah. None of them. Not one of them over in Israel come from the tribe of Judah. The Sephardic Jews come from Esau. They do. And those ashy nasties, they come from Japheth. That's where they come from. This is your karma. I don't see how y'all can't see that. This is y'all karma because y'all want to continue to be racist and shit like that on a back end. But then when this other group is getting their way, now you want to complain about them. Which is, you have every right to complain. I'm just trying to explain to you. This is your karma.
I had a friend that works in this town. He said that, they're tired of writing tickets to the people in this town because they write the tickets or they do this, and by the time they get back to the police station, 50 people have called their boss and complained to him. And these are mayors, these are people prominent in this position. And they would call their parents. Why is he writing tickets? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? No, this, and this. And these guys, the cops would be like, they're just breaking the law like a normal civilian in the United States. Why do they get special treatment? And that's when that divide started. And that's when they said, okay, well, we're going to have our own police because they're not going to write tickets for the Hasidic members in this town, right? That's not fair.
But yeah, it's not fair that you guys formed police to go catch black folks. And then you came up with all kind of fucking Fugitive Slave Act that turned the North, into some of the people have given away, up black people and shit like that, because y'all would try to make them get in trouble. If they didn't say, oh, well, I saw a black slave go in there. They just walk and mind in their business. And if they don't, say something like that, or they don't tell you, I know you seen the slave. Where did it go? Then they get in trouble. So and I ain't sorry. Y'all did it to black folks. Y'all did it to the real Jews. Then it's gonna be a kick in the face, in the stomach, when you find out that these people are not even the Jews. So no, it's not fair. It's not fair. But it also wasn't fair when men who look like you did it to the real Jews, black people.
That's not the American way. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
That is the American way.
Religion, right?
Who didn't ask to become black Americans, by the way?
Because then we say the Muslims, the Christians, the Jewish people, we all get our own laws in this country. Yeah. That's not fair. That doesn't look good on paper.
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but for years, you have everybody knows that there's two sets of rules. There's two sets of laws in this country. I'm sorry that, now it's not working in your benefit. It's not working in your benefit. And trust me, I really do, genuinely, feel bad that he's, going through this, that those people are going through this, but this is segregation all over again, and it looks like you're the black people, and you don't like it. You have a problem with it, but you had no problem doing that to black people, the real Jews. So now the irony is you have these fake Jews and they're receiving all this protection, the protection that you were supposed to be receiving, the favor that you were supposed to be receiving and you once received, now you're not receiving it anymore. And so now it's a problem. But you had no problem when you were receiving that favor over black people. See how that work out? Listen to this cracker ass hoe talking about everybody was happy. That's your reality. That's your reality. And many of them still live in this delusional reality where they think that they could tell someone who looks like us how we feel as a people, all of us. It's fucked up.
Would you paint a picture for us of what it was like on the plantation in your early days?
Everyone was happy. We never heard of a...
Wow. Did you hear what she said? Everyone was happy. Everyone was happy. If this don't let you know that these people are delusional and like psychotic, that right there should tell you everything you need to know.
All these things that we hear about today. And then it's no disgrace to say they're like children. When we say that, it's because they are like happy children, some of them. Because they like to sit in the sun and rather than work hard. My father had everything thoroughbred, from the pigs, horses, the dogs, and the people had to be thoroughbred.
As far as the colored people were concerned, I feel that they were a good bit happier than they are now. They had less in the way of material things. I can remember back in the 20s when I was a small boy, they were all...
No, Cracker, you was happier when they were on the plantations. Don't try to project that psychology onto us with your cracker red ass. How are you pink on your forehead, but you're red on your cheeks and on the bottom of your face below your nose? This is the throw up color. Then you got those spots on your forehead. You look like throw up.
They're singing at their work. They had a great sense of humor. And now today, they just don't seem to care much about that as they used to.
What do you think are the differences between the races?
I think there's a refusal to accept responsibility. I think there's a lack of motivation. They don't worry like
the white man. If they have troubles, they go to sleep and wake up the next morning, and that trouble is over. Is it possible?
What a dumbass. That's how this dumb Elmer Fudd, this stupid ass, you are so stupid. Just dumb. This is how dense these people are. They have troubles, they go to sleep and wake up and the trouble's up. No, bitch, you're still there with your cracker ass. You're still there. You're the trouble that's still there. You don't get that? That's how dense these people are. That's how removed. That's how removed from being able to notice that they are a bother to other people. That's how removed from reality they are. This right here, they're removed from reality.
That white people have something to do with the lack of ability for blacks to assimilate into this culture?
Absolutely. But customs die awful hard. It takes a long time. And everyone knew years ago that the Negro would have to be given equality. But in the South, it's been compared to straightening teeth.
And what did he just say? Did he say nigger? You Caucasoid, genetic mutation, Neanderthal, pale-face, skin white walker looking ass, mutated gargoyle. You look like a fucking sick ass gargoyle with your fucking leathery old red skin, bitch. When you're sick, you're green. When you're happy, you're red. When you're sad, you're red. When you're sick, and you make others sick. Just dumb. Just dumb.
It takes a slow, steady pressure. You can't do it with a hammer. And
I know something I would like to do with a hammer right now.
And white people's attitudes will change in time.
How did that work out?
More liberal than I was 5 years ago, and I know I'll be a lot more liberal 5 years from now, and I think almost everyone else is in that category.
These motherfuckers are delusional. You the same cracker that you was 5 years ago. You still think the same as you sitting up uttering the word nigger. That's why I talk like this. That's why I talk like this to them. Because see, now today, how they want to play it is they want to be able, I'm gonna play a video and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how they continue to think. This is how they think today. I'm gonna show you. It's the next video.
What has tended to make you more liberal?
Well, realization that the Negro is a human being like anyone else.
Mr. Hasty, what did you think we were before you began to think of us as human beings?
Well, in a way, we thought of you almost as a very superior pet.
Ain't that something? The people who we found playing in the caves with their animals and fucking their goats, they think we're pets. The people who smells like wet dog and wet goats, who smell like dog and goat when they get wet, and they sleep with these things sexually, they're the most perverted in bestiality. They think that we're the pets. This is how this is the pride of thine heart. That's why when they come to the realization of everything, this is why they're going to have such a great cry. They're going to have a great cry. They are going to be broken. So much Even you hear me talking all of this now, you even so much you would think that I would feel sorry for them. Seriously. That's how broken they are gonna be. Like, you are gonna wanna feel sorry for them. Like, damn. Damn, homie. I thought you was the man, homie. It's gonna be just like that.
Something, or rather someone, we had to take care of because we had to do so much of their thinking for them. We had to do almost every.
This is the thing. How could you think that when we were building kingdoms in Africa? We didn't need you to do our thinking for us. See, this is their psychology. This is their psychology, and they actually believe this shit. We were building kingdoms when you were living in caves. When they came to get people from Africa, these people were leather workers, all kind of apprentices. These people had skills. They didn't just go get people that was swinging from vines that was naked in the jungle. No. They got kings and queens. They got all kind of blacksmith, artisans, people that did not need your white pasty ass to think for them. That's the excuse that you use to make yourself feel better about what you did. We didn't need you to think for us.
Thing for them that, except living their own lives. Anything outside, we had to do for them. If you
you could have left us alone. You could have left us alone, and you could have took your ass back to the caves, or even if you had to conquer America, why did you have to come get us to do the work for you? Because you couldn't do the work. That's proven. You motherfuckers was getting sick and you were dying. You couldn't handle the tropical conditions because your skin is more fit for coldness. To be cold because you come from the mountains. So we didn't need you to think for us. You needed us to do your labor. But now you will sit up here and you will say, oh, we had to do everything for them. No, you didn't. All you had to do was leave us the fuck alone. Like you should have. And you wouldn't be in this situation today. I want you to listen to the first words out of this cracker bastard's mouth. Listen to him. This will show you. They think that they are some godlike people that everybody has to prove something to. Listen.
The Negro can prove to the white man that he can live like the white man, then we will accept them.
But we don't want to live like you because we don't rape kids. We don't rape kids. We don't wake up and kill our whole family members. We don't believe in going to bomb schools. We don't believe in going to shoot up schools. We don't believe in bombing churches. We don't want to live like you. That's what you do. You are harmful to children. So much you take the lead in child exploitation. That's what you lead in. Per capita, quote unquote. It's your per capita ass. Per capita that in your mouth. And take the kids out.
That scares me is the neighborhood all getting bad. And if we ever wanted to sell, naturally your house depreciation is how it get in.
Look at this bitch. Bitch, she look like one of them little bobbleheads with her sharp ass teeth. Them ugly ass eyebrows.
If they move in, the next step we have to accept is intermarriage. We can be sociable with them in.
And then see, they sit up here and they talk this shit. The next thing we'll have to accept is intermarriage. But you and this bitch she like to get fucked by black men, and you like to buck break black men. And you also like to get on your knees. That's what you like to do. But then see, they'll sit up here, right, and talk about this. Oh, next thing we'll have to accept is intermarriage. And I wish I could say, don't nobody want to marry you ugly motherfuckers. But we have a demographic of our people that are subservient to white people. They are. They're subservient to white people. That's why they date white people, men and women. And then when they get into it and call them a nigger, then they want to run home crying. Nah. Keep your white accepting ass over there. That's why I'm glad I don't have no kids. So I don't have to have that talk with my kids. Go ahead and marry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I want you to know I love you. Hey, I'm a support. Of course, I'm gonna come to your wedding. Of course, but I want you to know this. This is what I want your ass to know. I want you to know that you go ahead and choose this white motherfucker. You know the history, because if they my child, they gonna know the history. Oh, they gonna know. They gonna know. So you go ahead. If something happened to you, and you end up, as a result, you no longer here, and it has something to do with this motherfucker, I want you to know, I'm not suing nobody. I'm not going, ain't gonna be no Ben Crumps. Ain't gonna be none of that. You chose this. This is what you chose. You know the history of these people. What in your mind makes you think that you are exempt or you some type of special? What makes you think that? When these people family show you how they feel about you, I don't want to hear it. Don't come to me, running to me. His dad called me a nigger. Well, you better buckle up, Buttercup. That's what you signed up for. That's what you signed up for. That would be my stance. I'm going to support you. I do love you. But I've spent a lot of time showing you how these people are. And if you want to go over here, hey, fine, you are grown. Love you. But I want you to know, when they put your ass on the back of a trailer, tie you up and drag you, I'm going to be mad. But you did this. You chose this. You don't get to come back and play like you some fucking victim now. I get tired of that shit. I get tired of that shit. These black men, they want to date these white women. Then when the family get together and do something to them, oh, now it's everybody got to be mad. No, good. I'm glad they showed you who they was. Good. I'm glad they showed you who they was. Next. That's where I'm at. You want to be stupid? Be stupid. I've had my own life lessons like this. I had to learn the hard way. Since we were speaking about Toledo, I will never forget this. I will never forget this story. I won't ever forget it because I tell it all the time. The reason why I'm in my situation, see, I'm man enough to take accountability for my actions. I'm man enough to. I know what I did. I know the lifestyle that, I was out here living. And before I believe in love. I believe in love. But baby, that's not what I was getting. I was after the lust. Takes a real man to be able to admit that too. And not try to play like they some victim. I'm not a victim. A statistic, maybe, but not a victim. Because I played a role in this too. Before I got my nigga wake up call, well, not a nigga wake up call, but before I received my detriment, the Most High tried to warn me. The Most High tried to warn me a few times. I've told this story. The Most High tried to warn me because I was out here moving how I was moving. And the first time he tried to warn me was when my friend, who I thought was my friend at the time, when, their situation happened with them. That was the first time. The second time that I remember, I was sitting at the corner of Upton and Monroe. I was sitting there waiting for the light to turn green. Okay? I was probably going to Geno's. I was sitting on the corner at the Upton and Monroe. The gas station was to the front of me and to the right, and I was getting ready to make a left-hand turn. I heard God say it. I heard him. I heard him. I'm getting tired of saving you. The next time, destruction is going to come. I heard it as clear as day. You can say whatever you want to say about me. I don't give a fuck. I heard it. I heard him. And I know it wasn't the devil, because the devil ain't gonna come warn you. God told me, I'm getting tired of saving you. The next time, destruction is gonna come. Because what did he save me from? I was having sex. I was having unprotected sex. I gets raw. Literally. Well, I ain't been nothing in over 2 years. Over 2 years. So I've been celibate. And not selling a bit. No, celibate. Not selling anything. Gotta make these clarifications. But I was having unprotected sex, and I had found out some information about one of my partners at the time, and I went and got tested, of course, and everything was good, and so did I listen? Nope. Didn't listen. Can't blame God. At some point, I have to take responsibility for my actions. And that's real. I've told this story before. And I don't know how we got off into this, me telling this, but it must have been meant for me to tell you. But you know, God told me. And if God will speak to little old me, I know he speak to his other people too. And so God do warn you. God do love his people. He do. But when motherfuckers stand in judgment, you gonna find out, baby, you didn't love God. You didn't even take the chance to get to know him. You know, you put him in a box. Oh, yep, I'll be there on Sunday, going to that building. You know, and it really wasn't about God. It was about fellowshipping with people, phony ass people who don't even like you. Pastor or bishop or fake ass apostle want to steal your money. That's what that's what that's about. But these people will have all these feelings towards us, and they'll both be secretly lusting at the black folk.
We can get along with them and joke with them. Sure. But when we leave our job and we're on...
Listen to what this bitch said.
If they move in...
I want y'all to hear it plain and clear what this bitch said. Okay? They still feel like this, and they do this today.
The next step we have to accept is intermarriage. We can be sociable with them in work. We can get along with them and joke with them. Sure. But when we leave our job and we're on our way home, we want them to go in their direction, and we can go in ours.
Homes in this village.
Bitch, I wish your direction was going back to the caves where you come from. That's where you need to go. And let me to white people who think like that, who want to laugh and joke with you. Nobody wants to laugh and joke with you. And when you feel like this bitch, please leave me alone. Go laugh and joke with each other. Like, that's how you know. But see, the way they have these corporations is set up. It's phony as fuck. That's why some of these people feel like they can call in cussing and dog, cause these corporations don't allow you to put people in a place. Bitch, you ain't paid your bill. It's February. Bitch, you ain't made a payment since October. What the fuck you mean why your gas bill so high? Are you dumb? What the fuck you mean why your Comcast bill is so high? Bitch, you ain't... Well, Comcast. Bitch, you ain't made a payment in 2 months. You know how this go. 3rd month, your shit is off. That's Comcast. I do know that. I don't know how these utility companies work, but I do know Comcast. You know? Oh, you didn't pay your monthly car washing bill? It's cut off. I mean, what's so hard to understand about that? You don't pay no money. You don't pay your bill. Service off. Service shut off. It's pretty simple. And I'm going to tell you something. These motherfuckers, they might own all the houses and but they do not pay their bills. They do not pay their bills. Black people, don't sit up here and be fooled. Don't you sit up here and be fooled with that shit. Yeah, they got the new houses and yeah, they got cars and all this shit, but a lot of these motherfuckers, these crackers, they don't pay their bills. Nope. But then will sit up and turn their nose up at you. That's why shit is the way it is, because now we finding out, oh, it's really you motherfuckers that's on welfare. It's really you motherfuckers that's getting all these loans and all this shit, all this housing and shit. It's really y'all. Y'all are the DEI recipients.
Philadelphia suburbs sell for $10,000 to $11,000, and the people of Fallcroft call them their dream houses. Until recently, it was all white. Then, Horace Baker, his wife, and little girl moved in.
Okay, I'll go.
And then, you know what's sad? You know what's sad? You act like these people wanted to move up into your house. These people purchased their own house and was trying to move into their own house. And you tried to prevent them from being welcomed into their own house. But when you die, you are going to want to be welcomed into God's house. And many of you, I'm telling you, many of you, because 1963 wasn't that long ago. That was not that long ago. Y'all, this was just 63 years ago. 63 years ago. Some of you have parents this age. 63. It's people that's gonna be out here. It's people, right, that was out here. Okay, for instance, like if you look at the picture, but you look all the way like by the top of the steps, these two boys are alive right now somewhere in the world. They're alive. You can see two white kids. One is standing up, one is crouched down. Look by the bar. See this little boy that's crouched down? If that boy is 5 years old or 6 years old, even if he was 7, he would be 67 today. 67. This was not that long ago. And so what I'm trying to get you to understand is a lot of y'all think that, and you've doomed your kids. This is the seeds that you sprouted into your kids. And these people have kids. And a lot of y'all, I just want you to know, you try to prevent people from this is about housing, right? A lot of y'all who would see, we didn't get to see who was the bankers that would meet in the rooms and stuff like that and get to meet about redlining and, we wasn't there when whoever, group of white people sat there and came up with redline. We wasn't there, right? But God was. And God saw how you tried to keep people out of homes. And then when you die, you will go stand before him and expect for him to let you into his home. My. Isn't that something? If I was God, I wouldn't let you into my home. How do I know that you ain't going to try to come in and overtake me? He already experienced that once, right? So damn sure wouldn't want no people like that. And it's not black people that's doing that. It's you. You've done it. You're the one that's documented in history doing this. And everything that's documented is definitely going to be brought up. And guess what? Everything that's not documented is also going to be brought up as well.
Okay, I'll go.
sort of just seems like a nightmare because you were only trying to move into a home in which you'd purchased and that you weren't trying in any way to interfere with anyone else's life or their property.
They could have moved in 6 o'clock in the morning. They just got in there without anybody seeing them. But they waited till 5 o'clock.
Bitch, don't. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Now you want to dictate what time they move in so nobody has to see them? Do you hear this?
At night, early in the morning, they could just snuck in there. Why didn't they do that?
They're pushing too hard. They're pushing the white people too hard. And something's got to be done.
The newly appointed block captains of Delmar Village meet. Their purpose? To keep the people of the village informed and freeze out the bakers. No white in Fallcroft has spoken out in defense of the bakers.
We always fight when our backs are against the wall. I work with Callum.
That's not true. That's not true. You fought black people even when your backs aren't against the wall. And that's what I'm proving right here. You fought black people even when black people were on whole other sides of town. You came and you fought black people. Even when black people are doing nothing to you, not bothering you, just existing. You came and fought. See, this is the delusional ass butt chin white man who is so out of reality, who is so far from reality that he can't even tell that you're the predator. You're the bully. You're the one that goes around sticking your nose in other people's business that has nothing to do with you.
And freeze out the bakers. No white in Fallcroft has spoken out in defense of the bakers.
We always fight when our backs are against the wall. I work with Callum.
Even look, it says they really don't change, do they? Oh, and do watch the end because we're all thinking it. Yeah, they don't change. Y'all haven't changed. Y'all still these same people. You are still these same people. And then sitting up in as your country, as your kingdom is falling to shit, wondering why. Because of this. You are delusional.
People, they're wonderful. I think they're great. I mean, the people working for me, but I can't see them living on my doorstep because they have proved nothing to me.
Look, did you hear that? Because they have proved nothing to me. After your people came here and stole this land, after your people has been proven to be child molesters and rapists and predators, somebody has to prove something to scum that we found in caves, that were sleeping with their animals, that we taught how to read, write, and to bathe. Now we have to prove something. Black people, if that's not telling you that that's a fucking curse, it's this, y'all. It's this. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. That's why they feel like this. Oh, you have to prove something to me. But I'm telling you, Esau, white man, you have been deceived. You have been deceived. Obadiah 1, this is your end. White man. To all the white men who feel like that white man in that video, this is you. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, because you are the smallest race. If we're talking worldwide, you are the smallest race. You know, and your people know this too. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock. Because y'all come from the clefts of mountains. Y'all come from the mountains. You are greatly despised because of that. What I just showed you, that video, you have the audacity to think like that when you come from caves. The Geico commercials, how dare you? You went from being able to being able to speak because of us. We taught you, no, it's not right to sleep with your animals. See this right here? This soap. 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 Bubbles. Clean. Smell good. No longer stinky. No longer dirty. Wash below knee. Wash feet. We taught y'all that. And now we have to prove something to these people who are degenerates. Get out of here. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? The Most High. The Most High is going to bring you down to the ground. Though thou exalt thyself as the ego. See, when you start bringing these scriptures out, they little whack seminary theologian teachers, they want to get real dumb at this point. They white seminary this one they want to get real stupid, and then all of a sudden they don't want to remember that America uses is the ego as a symbol. So does Spain, and I believe France do too. All these countries that make up America, they use the ego. And this is another one that they can't get away from. Though thou set thy nest among the stars, your spaceship, not your spaceship, but your space stations, and how you leave all that junk and garbage, that space garbage and stuff in the air, orbiting around the earth. That's what this means. Thence I will bring thee down, saith the Lord. That's what's coming to y'all. Oh, but we can't forget about Ambassador Huckabee. Here you are, right in scripture. An ambassador is sent among the heathen. Huckabee. Huckabee is a heathen. It says ambassador. I thought it said ambassador. I was going to say, he a bastard too. Yeah, because, their father is Satan. So really, they have no father. But look, it says right, ambassador is sent among the heathen. That's Huckabee. Because them people over there are heathens. That's what they are. They're not the chosen people. They're heathens. Skipping down to verse 6. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? Your secrets, like the secret of Huckabee, Carlson, and Netanyahu, all being the same people. That's a secret, right? That's a secret. All the men of thy confederacy, and dump, they're all the same people. They all come from the same Esau. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee. See, because he think these Putin and Netanyahu dump. He think them as his friends, but they're not. In the last, they're going to turn on him. He going to be the sacrifice. And prevailed against thee. They that eat the bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom? You know, these is like your Joel Webinons and, those guys who think that they're intelligent, but they're not. They're dummies. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom and understanding out of the mount of Esau? For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Did you hear that? For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee. Because they know with all the evil stuff that they have done. And this is stretching into their ancestors, to their Roman white ancestors who nailed Christ to the cross. See, everybody can sit up and debate what color Christ was, but everybody know what color them Roman officers were. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gate and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou wast as one of them, right? But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger, neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in their day, in the day of their destruction. See, it says Judah has been destroyed. So who is those bastards over there in that land? Neither should have thou spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou should have not looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Because in the day of our calamity, when we fled in 70 AD, that's when those bastards came in and they just took everything. They took everything from us, and they had been there because they the same people. Neither shouldest thou have stood in a crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. See, this is talking about in future prophecy in 70 AD. And also, they also did something, I think, with Balaam or something like that. And they was trying to block us in the Old Testament too from crossing their land or something like that. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. And there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. And the house of Jacob that's the northern kingdom, the natives, the 10 lost tribes, shall be a fire. And the house of Jacob is the Israel, Judah, and Joseph a flame. Because Joseph represents the 10 tribes, and those are the natives. Ephraim is the Puerto Ricans, and Manasseh is the Cubans. So that's what it means by when it say that the house of Jacob shall be a fire and the house of Joseph a flame. That's talking about all the people that these white bastards have did stuff to. That's what that means. And the house of Esau, white folk, for stubble. And they shall kindle in them and devour them. And there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they of the plain, the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead.
With colored people, they're wonderful. I think they're great. I mean, the people.
You think they're great, but yet you don't want to live amongst them. And then notice how he also said that they're great because they work under him. Esau, the pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. That's what that means. Right here, what he's doing, the psychology that he's trying to put out. You don't think black people are great. You don't like black people. Fuck out of here.
People working for me, but I can't see them living on my doorstep because they have proved nothing to me.
I think they're getting paid to move in.
Do you see how they've indoctrinated their kids? They've indoctrinated their kids. That's going to be very harmful for men like that guy that was just speaking when he has to watch his son burn in hell and know that you taught him this. You taught him this. You taught him this hatred. You have doomed your own child. The sins of the father are passed on to the child. You've doomed your own child.
Who's in this area, I'm sure, is only coming here for one reason. That's to bust the neighborhood down, discourage the white person, stop the whites from moving into the area, and hope that it'll be converted.
But isn't that what y'all doing? Standing there right now, trying to intimidate? Isn't that what y'all doing? I told y'all these people don't do shit but project.
To a Negro integrated development.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. What have the Negro race done for their country since 1960?
I know, but we've done a lot.
We have done an awful lot.
Yeah, an awful lot of destruction. And you want to know what's sad? You want to know what's really sad? Those bastards probably wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for a slave named Onesimus. Or if it wasn't for somebody named Henrietta Lacks. Because you people are nothing but diseased people. You carry disease. You bring diseases to people's lands. That's why they won't let people onto North Sentinel Island. One of the last islands that have, that's uncivilized. Because they know from history, when people go to other people's lands, they bring diseases. Talking about y'all. But we had somebody named Onesimus who pretty much saved all of fucking Boston. And see, we can sit up here and we can name all the great things that we have done. And then it'll start to outweigh these motherfuckers. And then we have to deal with their jealousy and envy because of that. We can name things that we have done. And it's still not going to be good enough. Not because it's not good enough, but because they don't want to accept us. So they're going to keep trying to raise the bar. And who's going to keep playing that game? That's why I keep telling black people, you need to stop trying to be subservient to these people. You need to stop being subservient to these people. That's black people's problem. Y'all be wanting to prove something to these people. These people are degenerates. They are losers. Losers. They degenerates. The greatness that we have in our pinky fingers, bitch, they'll never know it. They'll never know greatness. Because anything that they have gotten off the backs of us. They've gotten off the backs of us. We are the kingdom builders. The magic lies within us. They know this too. That's why they came and got us. See, they don't want to let you know that, oh yeah, we knew we was going after specific people. The Igbo people, the Ashanti, the Lim. We was going after specific tribes because we know that these people are the people of God, but we can't let them know that. That's why we have to torture them and, everything else to get that out of them so we can steal it and then just have them working as our donkeys. But after a while, after so many generations, I'm telling you, God is going to remind his people that, hey, you are these people. Because if he don't, then and shit continues to go how it's going, then it ain't gonna matter about no agreement. It ain't gonna matter about they don't remember. How can you expect these people to remember? They don't remember. They don't remember. And then it's all about when God gets ready. It's about when he gets ready. He decides that, he wants to stop hiding his face from his people. That's pretty much what it is. I know we don't like to hear that, and I mean, a good thing would be for us to come together and learn who we are. But see, you got people out here that they don't want to believe that we're Hebrews because they don't want some of our own people don't want to treat each other right. They don't want to treat each other right. They want to be Egyptians. They would just for dumb ass reasons, Some people think that, they get into the Horus and Set and all the rituals and stuff like that and the African spirituality, and it's just like I seen this one couple, right? They're big into like chematology, and it's like y'all must be doing y'all own version of Kemet. Because the shit that y'all be doing and the stuff that y'all be talking about, you're off from what Kemet is. Like you're off. And so that's the thing. These people, in our own people, they want to be able to take a religion, do what they want to do with it. And make it in. That's why they want to go and be Buddhist and then, I'm a black Buddhist, and so we don't do it that way. No, bitch, it's still the Chinese people way. Now you sounding just like the white folks. You want to invade these Chinese people religion and tell them, when they've been Nam Myoho Renge Kyoin longer than you. Even though Buddha was black. Buddha was black. When you see Buddha, y'all be seeing Buddha with the black hair and them dots. Yeah, them dots represent kinks. Represent wool. Hair like wool. I used to think it was a beanie or something that he had on his head. But no, that's hair. It's nappy hair. To be exact. Because he was black. They don't like to hear that. But he was. I've already done the research and I made a video about it. But yes, this is what these kids are grown today. These kids are grown. And they grow up and they become police officers. They grow up, they become judges. They grow up, they become, they become people in high positions that have these views. They're probably being paid to move in here. Like, you sound dumb.
Color that moves into this area, I'm sure is only coming here for one reason. That's to bust the neighborhood down.
How does it feel to be a white, insecure bastard? How does it feel to be a white, fragile masculinity? Oh, I'm sure it's just to bust the neighborhood down. See, this is how you know. These are people that project. No, that's what you do. You bust neighborhoods down. Hello, Tulsa. You bust neighborhoods down. You go and you start fires. You bomb churches. You blow things up. That's what you do. And it's proven that you do this stuff. It's documented. And so now Now that you're not in control, oh, well, that's what they're going to do because that's what we would do. That's how it is.
Discourage the white person. Stop the...
How can you be discouraged with your ugly ass? Look at his forehead, man. How can you be discouraged, but yet y'all the ones going around burning up houses, burning up cities, burning up churches, burning crosses, but yet you're discouraged? Don't seem like you too discouraged to me. They love to be evil and then play like they're some kind of victim. These people think they're psychology masters and they're not. Like, you're the worst people on the face of the earth. You are. This is how you think. You've done all this shit to other people and then have the nerve to turn around. That's why you think that other people are going to do shit and act like this, because that's how you act. This is what you've done. So it's like you're just waiting to receive that karma back. And that's got, remember when we got in trouble as kids and we, was about to get a whooping? Man, that was some of the worst painful waiting time ever. You knew you was getting a whooping, you just didn't know when. That's what this is. That's what this is. They're expecting for black people to hand them their ass because they know what they've done. And so that's why they put all this projecting and stuff like that.
Whites from moving into the area and hope that it'll be converted to a Negro integrated development.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. What have the Negro race done for their country since 1960?
I know, but we've done a lot.
We have done an awful lot.
Shit.
Madam, I have some news for you that might prove awkward. I'm not sure how quite to tell it to you, but, You could literally start your own business.
I get so tired of these motherfucking ads on Facebook, on social media. I'm tired of this shit. It's like, damn, why do we have to be bombarded with you motherfuckers and y'all ads? I don't get it. Like, damn, everybody know about Shopify. Who don't know about Shopify? I'm so tired of these ads. And then it's like they went from, okay, they'll play one a video. Now they play 3, 4, 5 a video. It don't make no sense.
Madam, I have some news for you that might prove awkward. I'm not sure how quite to tell it to you, but,
But I'm going to tell y'all like this. And I'm going to end with this. Okay, remember this white guy said, remember they kept saying, well, they haven't proved anything to us. This was in 1963. How hadn't black people proved anything? The Tulsa Massacre, Black Wall Street, was in 1921. So how haven't black folk proved anything when in the 1920s during Tulsa, we had a Black Wall Street that y'all came in and bombed and destroyed? So like I've said before, anytime we do pick ourselves up by our bootstraps, y'all are right there to push us back down. Right there. And you've used your government. Your government allows you to do these things, just like the government protect the first time them Nazis got their asses whooped. So then the government, Esau's government, the white government, sent them back, allowed the Nazis to come back from Roanoke, Virginia, mind you, all the way from Virginia to Ohio, to talk about the gang violence going on in the city that's nowhere near them. The government allows you to pick with people, and they protect you from the people that want to whoop your motherfucking ass. And you know this too. You know this. But one day, you just wait. One day. You just wait. And y'all think, and I seen a video of a white man talking about some, y'all want to start a war that you're not prepared for. No, we have the Most High on our side. And when this war comes, you will not have the Most High on your side. And you're going to get your asses handed to you. And you're going to be sitting there looking like, how? How did this happen? And we're going to have you rounded up, right? See, we're going to have you rounded up. I'm just talking. But no, it would be, this would be perfect for me to have you rounded up, and then while y'all sitting there waiting, we're exiling all the black people who, when we see these videos with these white folks on, like it was, I said this in the last video, it was a video with a white boy and he was fighting some other boys and they pulled a gun out on him, right? And all the white boys saying nigga, all of them. And the one white boy, he did stand his ground. All in the comments, you see, oh yeah, he get a pass to the cookout. Like, what did this motherfucker do that he deserves a pass to the cookout? Them type of people, we need to get rid of. You are not welcome here. You're not welcome. Your cookout pass has been revoked. You take your white folks and your potato salad with your raisins and get the fuck on. You not welcome here either. Any of you motherfuckers that's talking about a pass, giving it to these motherfuckers to come to the cookout, you're not welcome. I don't want to be around no black person that's like that. I don't. I'm so serious. I don't want to be around no black person that's like that. Here you is, you get a pass to the cookout. You get a pass to the cookout. But then you have so much hatred for your own people. That's that subservient mindset too. That's a subservient mindset to white people too. You think they did something oh so sweet. Oh, that reminds me of black folk. Yeah, that's tough like black people. Get your sorry ass out of here. Black card revoked. Yeah, it's tough, but you dumb as fuck in the mind. And we need to get rid of all you motherfuckers that's like that. I'm telling you, man, I saw this video. As I was going through the comments, I'm like, what did he do? Like, what did he do that was so great that deserves him to get a pass to this black cookout? Like, what? What did he do? Nothing. But be disrespectful to black people by using the word nigger. And I'm sorry, I don't want to be around no cracker motherfucker like that that's sitting up, they all calling each other niggas, and there's not even a black person inside. You're delusional. I definitely don't want to be around you. You're delusional. You are delusional. Where's the black person? Oh, because you want to be like us, and you want to talk like us, and you want to walk like us, and you want our swag. That's what it really is, Esau. Once again, Esau is jealous of his brother Jacob. That's what that is. But I'm telling you, it's going to be a shocker to them because of that verse that I read in Obadiah. The pride of your heart has deceived you. You have been a cancer to the world. To the world. It don't even, see, because God's obligation is not just to his people. It's to his creation. And he created the earth too. The earth is tired of you motherfuckers. The earth is tired of your fracking, of your tunnels, of your explosives, of your plastic, of your pollution, of your nuclear weapons, your nuclear waste, your oil spills. The earth is tired of you motherfuckers. The earth is tired of y'all. So even if God ain't gonna come back on account to, cause he mad at us, cause black people are the real Jews, and we've never kept our end of the covenant. Never. Never. We've never kept our end of the covenant up. We've never held up our end of the bargain. Never. They say never say never. Bitch, I'm saying never. We've never kept up our end of the bargain. And then wonder why we end up in slavery. Wonder why we end up in all these bad atrocities. Because we made a deal and we didn't hold up our end of the bargain. I don't know how hard that is. I don't know why it's so hard for people to get that. Like, it's quite simple. It's quite simple. We never held up our end of the bargain. The Most High, they ain't gonna come down here himself and whoop us with a belt. That's not how things go. He uses another people to be a spiritual belt against us. Or a physical belt, shit. Because it is more than just spiritual, because they doing physical things. He uses these people. But see, these people, the problem, what happened was, these people, they became, their pride, I just read it, their pride in their heart have deceived them. They thought that they were getting all these great things on their own, even though they seen themselves physically stealing the shit. It's like, you're physically stealing this from somebody else. Like, you don't get that? Like, you're physically stealing these people's culture, these people's, like, you don't get that? Like, you didn't acquire this on your own. It's just like them fake ass imposters over there. They didn't win these wars by themselves. Even if I was white and I backed Israel, that's where I would have to draw the line. Hold on now, wait a fucking minute here now. Here then yet. Now you just wait a fucking minute. Okay? Because you little imposter ass bastards over there, you wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for America's artillery. If it wasn't for our military power and our weapons, you wouldn't be shit. You wouldn't even have a nuclear weapon if it wasn't for us. What do you mean? You hear them though, and you hear Mike Huckabee. Yeah, they won this war, they won this war, they won this war. Totally giving them the credit. So what is America? Chop liver? So America didn't do shit. Oh, okay. That should have been a slap in your face right there, white America. That should have been a slap in your motherfucking face. All them veterans that died. That should have been a slap right there. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You won these wars. No, you won these wars because of us. That's like you taking a girl out on a shopping spree. You done bought this bitch Birkins, Louis Vuitton shoes. You done went all out and she don't even say thank you. What? You done cooked this man all his food, all his favorite dinner. The house is smelling good. You got the game on ready for him. And you done cooked and he eating. You ain't saying nothing. You out the way. You in the room. You ain't even bothering him. Not even a thank you. What? Come on, man. That's how that Huckabee person sounded as he was naming off all these wars that those imposters won. Like, so you're not going to say anything about America helping them? Are you serious? They didn't win this shit on their own. Even if America didn't fire not damn missile, who gave them the motherfucking ammo to use? America. Are you serious? That's how y'all gonna let this shit go down? Y'all gonna just let that man say all of that and not insert yourselves like you do in black people's business? You're not going to say anything about this? Because I'm sure it's these war buffs out here that these motherfuckers that know. Even they might not agree with a lot of shit in this video, but when they hear that, they'll agree with that. America did fucking help now. We did more than help. We're the whole reason why you're there. But this is America's fault. You always want to help others. You want to help everybody else but the people in your land. So that's what you get. That's what you get. So, yeah, these motherfuckers, they try to go around talking about somebody need to prove something to them and, you know, this and that. But it's like, we don't need to prove anything to illiterate people who are degenerates, who are genetic mutations, who come from the caves, and that has, you know, fur or hair all over their body. Like, we don't need to prove anything to you. We've already proven the fact that we can come together, we can unite, we can organize, we can have a Black Wall Street. But every time we do, we have to know that you're going to be there to try to snake your way in. And if you can't own it, if you can't run it, then you're going to destroy it. That's how you are. We figured you out.